Select Board meeting to order. This open meeting is being conducted remotely, consistent with the legislative acts of 2021, Chapter 20, Section 20, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. This meeting is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the meeting agenda. See the meeting agenda on the town website for details on how to participate remotely. This meeting will feature some public comment. Please note that this meeting may be recorded and it may be published or rebroadcast. All participation within this meeting will be visible to others. Finally, each vote taken during this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Okay, welcome everyone. We'll talk about this, the reason for being remote a little bit later in the meeting. First up is, as usual, resident concerns. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your electronic hand. And Matt, if you could call on the people as they raise their hands.
Certainly. The first one is a call-in user. If they could identify themselves, they should be able to unmute now.
Hi, this is Kara from Acton. Please don't type my name into Zoom. I feel like it's a privacy issue, but happy to have it on the recording. I have three things to say, and then I have a couple questions regarding the agenda. And my first issue, or first thing to say, is that I'm in favor of finding a way to include a tenant advocate instead of permitting software or something else, or finding money in ARPA for the first or second year. Speaking of ARPA, my second point, I hope that a select board member moves to reopen the ARPA spending to discuss the hundreds of thousands needed to properly do the water study. Three, I have an issue that the select board approved the CAP with a goal to change zoning in a way that could increase carbon footprint, calling new building a reduction is greenwashing. My fourth point is rather three hopefully easy questions. First of all, the opening and closing of the warrant. I believe state law requires the warrant to be open long enough for people to be able to prepare and submit petitions. So my question is when you get to that point, will we be able to speak?
Yes. I normally allow comment in any issue where we have to make a decision.
Okay, great. I love that. The second one is sewer commissioners and the issue about giving away capacity. I feel like we shouldn't be giving away our remaining sewer capacity for residents, new building, residential building. And so I'm hoping we'll be able to speak then too. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the last one is the DPW, because I feel like a community center is needed more than a $30 million municipal workforce building, and other items are needed for study rather than we need tenant advocate and water study. So my question is, will we be able to speak that?
So you can just assume that on any agenda item where there's a decision to be made, I'll allow people to speak.
I love that. Can you mark it in the future that there's a decision to be made that we'll be able to speak? Because we can't tell from the agenda whether there's a decision to be made. It says discussion, consider, review, and all that stuff.
Still, but if it's, we're not making a decision, it's not, nothing happens, so you can send in comments after or whatever. So anyway, thank you very much.
I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Stella Coe is up next. Stella, you should be able to speak.
Hi, this is Stella Coe, 11 Guswood Road, Acton. I just wanted to say thanks again for taking our comments about the Renters Advocate, and that I fully support us providing a Renters Advocate for members of our community whose voices don't often get heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, since a couple of people have spoken about that, that'll be on a future agenda, an upcoming agenda.
I'm going to apologize. Sandra Pandy, please correct my pronunciation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I think you're pretty close. Yeah, I am. So I'm also known as Shekhar. We live in Acton, at 118 Canterbury Hill Road. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about. We moved in Acton like 2006, and last Wednesday, an incident occurred in my backyard. So one neighbor came in and said, "Hey, your apple tree is being cut." Somebody from town has come and basically he's cutting the apple tree, And by the time we realized, we were in early in morning meetings. By the time we realized it's around 8:23, just my son had just left for school. By the time we realized, and kind of trying to figure out what exactly is happening, the tree was gone. But we went outside to see. The tree was actually not trimmed. It was cut from the bottom, and it was this tree was planted when we moved in 2006 by my father, who is no more, and it was a flowering apple tree. And all of a sudden, we see the tree is gone. And the strange part it is no communication, whether it's letter, email, or in person, somebody coming in and talking to us. Hey, what's the problem? Okay, so then this tree was very emotional value. First of all, we religiously we think it's a very bad omen to cut a flowering tree, and this is a tree which is such an emotional value. We were so hurt that full day we were not able to believe that the tree which gives apples every year, and kids play and eat apples. I mean, it's something which we really love. I mean, I think, and that tree was cut. And when I called the town tree department or somebody, I think they gave me a number. When I called the town, this guy is saying, "Oh yes, so somebody was out cutting the tree. Somebody complained, and they actually wanted to trim the tree, and they couldn't trim, so they just cut it." And I said, "Well, if so, you should have given us an option, right? Whether we could have replanted it somewhere. We could have done something to hold the tree back. I don't even know." And then what happened is he took my number. He never called back. Then I went to the town, met the lady. I think town manager's secretary. He was out, and she gave me a number. I explained her situation. I emailed the town, and I didn't get any acknowledgement. Somehow, I mean, that is something which is strange as well. I have no acknowledgement where that email went. And there's no feedback at all, right? So for us, it's an emotional value. I mean, forget about the tree value. It's like 15-year-old tree, and and plus there's no compassion shown. Nobody is answering. Nobody is looking at it. You probably consider it's a small thing, but it's something very strange. Living in a town, if somebody just comes to my backyard and cuts a tree, even if it was like a protocol, something it's near the town road or whatever it is, right? They should have consulted us, correct? I mean, there has to be some communication. It's like so that's where I have nowhere to go. I mean, so I think I emailed, but nobody's answering. So this is another forum somebody suggested in our neighborhood, said I should talk to somebody, and that's where we are. I think we are kind of highly frustrated. It's not something which you can recover, because tree is not something you can get, right? It's gone, right? So I mean that's why I'm raising it in the town concern.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pandy. I think the town manager replied to you. I'm sorry you didn't get that. We'll make sure that you get a formal reply after the meeting, maybe sometime tomorrow. But I do want to apologize for this situation where the town took down the tree. The tree was in the street right of way and was removed because it interfered with plows, but you're absolutely right that we should have consulted with you and given you a chance to move the tree or made some other accommodation before the town removed it. And so I sincerely apologize for that, that this tree was taken down.
Yeah, I mean, I just was trying to figure out, is there a protocol to kind of communicate and, okay, this is the thing. There should be some protocol on these kind of actions, correct? When you do this, there's a chain of command. Somebody says, okay, this is the thing. Okay, let's talk to the resident and, and then take the action, right? I mean, this always happens in every walk of life. There has to be a protocol, right? Chain of command. And it seems to be not there in this case. So that's why I was surprised.
Yes, there's a protocol for larger trees, but we will look into what the protocol should be. And again, I really apologize and thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Fran Cummins is up next. Fran, you should be able to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm having trouble getting started. I'm kind of shocked at the story about the tree. And I hope someone follows up on all of the points that the gentleman just mentioned. But the reason I wanted to speak was to comment on the importance of the renter advocate position, which I know you're familiar with and are going to deal with in a future meeting. I wanted to add a reason why I think this is important, and I wanted to go back to the emergency declaration in the town by the town meeting one of the provisions was, be it further resolved that the town of Acton's climate mobilization should also, and then I'm skipping a couple things, ensure that the costs of such mobilization efforts do not unfairly burden those who are economically or socially disadvantaged. And it goes on. And thinking ahead to the kind of mobilization that we really need to deal with the climate, all of the multi-family buildings in town are going to need to be retrofitted seriously, not just with new lights or something, but heating systems, wall segments that may need substantial insulation, interior or outside, heating systems, everything. So that's going to take a lot of work with landlords, but it also should include considering the interests of the tenants, and they may have a concern that investments are going to end up coming out of their rent or something. And even though many of these investments should reduce operating costs for landlords. So that's my point. I just wanted to make that the mobilization is going to require a great deal of all of us, and I hope that the town will be able to provide special attention and assistance to those who are renting in town as these changes come about, which we'll all benefit from, but lots of people will need lots of help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Franny Osmond. Franny, you should be able to speak.
Yeah, I actually just have a question. I want to speak up, as I did the other week, in favor of the renter advocate, because I'm part of a group that's speaking up. But I sort of want to take care of all of you guys not having to listen to the same comments. I remember when I was on the select board, we would sometimes hear the same comments from the same people several weeks in a row. So would you prefer that we don't talk right now about it since it's on the next agenda, or is there an advantage because you hear all of the plethora of people that care about this issue?
Franny, I would say if you would like to make a short comment and let us know how you stand, that's fine. But if you want to make a detailed comment, it would probably be better to do it at the meeting where we are considering this.
Yeah, no, I don't need a detailed comment. I just think it's really important for the large number of renters in town, and it goes both ways. The advocate can help provide town services and other services to renters, but in addition, it makes a path of communication where the renters can have a voice more in town, and I think that's so important. And yeah, that's pretty much all I want to say. I would like to mention again, I know I spoke to you about this earlier today, David, that I don't think that the public is enjoying as much public participation as they could if these Zoom meetings were run in a different way, that we knew how many people were here, how many people are waiting to speak. All those little details from being in town hall are so important to the democratic process. So I hope that you find ways of sharing more with the watchers from home. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize, I was on mute. Next up is Dana, SG. Dana, you should be able to speak.
Oh, she disappeared. Oh, there she is. I see her. Dana, you're muted. Dana, you're muted. Oh, there we go. No.
Oh, Dana, please unmute.
There we go.
I'm unmuted now. Sorry about that. Dana SG is Dana Snyder Grant. I am also speaking about the tenant advocate position. And I thank Franny for her question because I wasn't sure if this was appropriate tonight, but I'm going to go ahead and I'll be brief. I've been meeting also with the tenants group of the climate action mobilization that's happening in town. And I've been meeting with them as a resident, not a tenant, but as a homeowner and a resident, to be a support and a witness. And I feel that the town, I've come to understand that our town needs to consider hiring an advocate to help tenants negotiate tenant issues. And I've been shocked that in listening to them, that those of us homeowners in town we don't know what their experience really is, and I don't know that we can really know what they need. And I think asking them what would be helpful and hearing that they would just love a tenant advocate to speak for them when they have concerns, because they feel so powerless sometimes. And I've just come to understand that we need to offer more support than we do. This time of uncertainty that is the pandemic asks us to reach out to all our neighbors. Anyway, thanks for considering this.
Thank you. And one more.
Next up is Lulu, who does not have their last name, so if they could please identify themselves.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lulu, and I live in a
What's your last name?
I want to remain private.
Actually, we usually ask people to give their full name.
Mendes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so I live in Bryan Buildings, and lately I've noticed the roaches in my apartment. So, and then I called my landlord. My landlord was nice enough to call the office, and they came in and sprayed my apartment. But then, few days later, I keep seeing them, and like they're all in the hallway, and they coming in from somebody else's apartment. And even though they sprayed my house, but it's still coming out from somebody else's apartment. And this other person's apartment, they don't care about the roaches, that it's okay with them. I guess having roaches is normal. So in this case, I don't know the office keeps telling me that they sprayed my apartment and that's it. But I think it should be more done, because I understand my neighbor's okay with roaches, but I'm not. It's grossed out, and it just turned my life upside down, because it's even difficult for me. Like, I don't even eat or cook in my kitchen anymore, knowing that roaches coming in from my kitchen door.
Thank you for letting us know that. So for a health and safety issue, you can contact the town health department, and so you can do that a couple of ways. The easiest way is to call the hotline, and John, please correct me if I'm wrong. It's 978-929-6600. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you can call the town's hotline. Again, I'll say it, 978-929-6600.
Sorry, is there a way it can be typed? I'm trying to, because I don't have a pen right now.
Yeah, I will say the phone number again in just a minute, and so you can
Oh, I see it here now. I see it here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I have one more question. And do you know how they will be able to help?
I don't. You'll have to contact them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I noticed 2 other people raised their hands. I would ask people never to do that. I don't like the continuous stream of people. I'll let the 2 people that have their hands raised go, but then we're going to stop. So and actually now I just see 1 hand up. So please go ahead.
Madeline Cruz, you should be able to speak.
Good evening, everyone. I come on a different note tonight. It's not really a concern. I just want to thank everyone in the community, the select board that made Christmas possible for me and my family, especially my children, and the continuous support from the community regarding getting my car fixed. Also, the housing situation is still pending, but I am out of words when it comes to thank yous, because it feels good to be supported. It feels good to have good people finally reach out and help out a person like me. I know it's a long road. I still have a long ways to go when it comes to the housing, but for the time being, I am very grateful for everyone who has stepped up and reached out and somehow donated towards the Go Fund and towards my card being fixed. I am beyond appreciative. I can't thank you enough, and I hope that one day I can pay it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the resident concerns tonight. For the chair's update, I just want to let people know that we're in the midst of budget season, preparing for town meeting at the end of last year, one in November and one in December. We had presentations from the town manager to joint sessions of the select board and finance committee for the town capital plan and the town budget. And then on Thursday evening, January 20th, we have a budget evening where there'll be presentations by most of the department heads, and the finance committee and the select board will be able to ask questions about the operating budget. So I just wanted to let people know that it's and we also continue to have ALG meetings with the school district to coordinate the overall spending that, of the school and municipal budgets together. I'd also like to say that my term is as being on the select board, like all three terms, is 3 years. I was elected 3 years ago. I intend to run again in March. And so I just wanted to announce that I'll be running for re-election to the select board in March. John, the manager's update, please.
Good evening. Thank you. There's some COVID updates that I think I can get to in more detail at a later item, but I just want folks to know that may not be here later that we are reporting every day a number of cases in the community, but we feel strongly that those case numbers are actually under several people, and we have accounts of this, are doing home testing and not reporting to the state. So while we show 170 cases active in the community, I think yesterday, we believe there are several more cases in the community right now. So we're really in a surge. At that point in the agenda, we received the final rule from the federal government on the ARPA funding, which again, I guess we can talk about that a little bit more later too. We welcomed a few new employees to the workforce in the last few weeks. We have a new economic development director, Julie Pierce-Onos. She'll be coming, I think, to your next meeting to give an update on some things she's been working on. We also have started today, Beth Van Emberg, who is our police department clinical co-responder, and she jumped right in. We had a social working group meeting today, and she already, in her first hour, she was collaborating with all of us on an issue in the community. So good to see. I wanted to mention that the fire station in North Acton is moving along, and although we're technically a little bit behind schedule, I think we're getting very close. And there was a call for time capsule submissions, and I just wanted to remind the board that we need to print your letters on special paper. So if you want to put something in the time capsule, try to get it to us in the next week or so, so we can work on that. And thank you. The other thing is the MBTA legislation related to housing. We finally received the regulations on that from the state, and we've been reviewing that with our planning team and our legal team, and to determine what our compliance is and how we would address any issues related to compliance. And we'll be reporting out on that probably at the next meeting or soon thereafter. But if there's any questions on that in the meantime, please let me know.
Thank you. Member minutes. Any member like to say something? Dean, please.
Yeah, thank you, David. As was your situation, my term is coming to an end this year, and I have secured the nomination papers, secured 125 signatures. They've all been submitted to the town clerk, and I'm certainly in the running once again. I've enjoyed my many, many years of service to the town and hope to continue for another 3 years. And I'd like to thank everybody for their support.
Thank you. Anyone else? Fran?
I just wanted to echo what John Mangiarotti was saying about the new economic development director. I met her at the EDC meeting last week, and it's so exciting, and it's going to be a lot of fun moving forward with a breath of fresh air. So, and I also would be willing to follow up with Lulu and help her navigate what she needs to do, if that's possible. I don't know if that is. I'd be happy to help her.
So, I don't know whether it's listed as Fran or Francis, but if Lulu is still on, she is still on. Fran, you just want to say your town email address for her?
It's Fran Arsenal at but actonma.gov.
So so Fran Arsenault spelled ARSENAULT at actonma.gov.
Yeah.
Thank you. Himija or Jim, comment? Himija.
Very, very quickly, just wanted to wish everyone Happy New Year. And also just give a nod to all the people who stood up and advocated for the renter advocate. Really looking forward to hearing about it at the next meeting and also potentially discussing it at our budget meeting on the 20th. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you. And Jim.
I guess I wanted to echo what John Mangiarotti said about COVID, and in particular to point out that, as I talk to my friends and be in touch with them, as more people are being infected, there's a secondary impact, which is there's a lot of isolation, there's a lot of loneliness, there's a lot of lack of contact. So I encourage anyone who's feeling the pressure and the stress to reach out to the normal people you reach out to, or reach out to new people. Just, don't stay isolated.
Thank you. Now we have 3 liquor license public hearings. I'll read the notice for the first one. And I'll note for all 3 of these hearings, they say they're being conducted in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 in Acton Town Hall. But as noted in the beginning of this meeting, we are conducting this session remotely, consistent with the legislative acts I talked about at the beginning. So notice is hereby given under Chapter 138, Section 12 of the General Laws that Acton Select Board will hold a hearing in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 in the Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually on Zoom at actonma.gov/meeting/BOS on January 10th, 2022 at 7:05 p.m. on the application for general on-premises club license transfer from Concord Acton Squash Club, Inc. to Concord Squash, LLC, located at 29 Knox Trail, Acton. The application is on file at the Select Board office and may be reviewed during normal working hours. So I will open the public hearing on this. John, is there any one from the Squash Club to talk about this, or are we just going to take comments from the public?
I believe that if someone were here, they'd raise their hand. I don't think that there are comments in the packet. I think this one checks out as far as I can tell from a staff perspective. Oh, John Bluer looks like he's here. For
Matt, could you let John Bluer speak, please?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, I feel like I shouldn't have raised my hand because it sounded all good. But it's a pleasure to be with you guys. Very quickly, We are the Concord Acton Squash Club. We've been here on 29 Knox Trail since 1980. I've been a member off and on, including the last 5 years. The previous owner, Wayne Hodges, sold the club, and I was fortunate enough to buy the club effective November. And yeah, it's kind of business as usual. I'm delighted to give you updates, but I don't want to waste your time. It's whatever you'd like to ask me, I'm delighted to answer, but it's business as usual for us.
Okay, any questions from the board for Mr. Brewer? Not seeing any. I just have one question. So the previous owner just decided not to continue with the business, and there's no other particular reason for that.
Yeah, that's right. He's just a great man. Really enjoy him. He's 79, and he had that chapter, and it was time for him to sell. And,
okay.
Not
Thank you.
Much more than that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'll now take comments from the public. If anyone has a comment on this transferring the club license, please raise your electronic hand. I'll just wait a minute. No, not a minute. A few seconds here to see if anybody raises their hand. Seeing none and no further questions from the board, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Oh, or second, whichever is needed.
Okay, so Dean moves and Jim seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, on the question of closing the hearing, Imogen Nagarete.
Sorry, just a quick point of order. Did we make the motion and second for opening the hearing?
I can just open the hearing.
Oh, you can just open it. Okay, aye for me.
Thank you. Fran Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
And Jim Snyder-Grant also says aye. That's unanimous.
Aye. Great. So thank you, Mr. Brewer.
Thank you.
Any further comment before I ask for a motion to transfer the club license?
No, nothing.
No, not this is within the board, John.
No.
So I don't see any comments from the board. So I will take a motion to transfer the club license from Concord Acton Squash Club Inc. to Concord Squash LLC.
So moved.
Second.
So Jim moves, Dean seconds. Any further discussion? Jim, would you call the roll, please?
With pleasure. On the question of transferring license, Imogen Nagarete.
Aye.
Bryan Arsenault.
I have one quick question. Are Acton folks still allowed to join?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, cool.
Extremely allowed. It's,
Then,
it's not quite post-COVID. We will entertain you anytime you'd like to come in. Absolutely.
Then aye. Yep.
Thank you for making sure of that. We did notice that Acton dropped out of the name. Just a brief moment.
Oh, that was just legal. No, we are we're doing really nice work with Acton Community Ed, and yeah, we're Acton.
Okay.
Okay, we're in the middle of a vote, so let's continue with the vote, please.
Yeah. And we've closed the hearing, so we shouldn't get any more information from John or anyone. We just have to do with what we got. Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
Jim Snyder-Grant says aye. That's unanimous again.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'll read a notice for the next hearing. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138, Section 12 of the General Laws that the Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on January 10th, 2021 at 7:10 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 in Acton Town Hall, and remotely by video conference, and call in on the application of Not Your Average Joe's for a change in manager from Bryan Garden to Nathan Forringer for an all alcohol license as a common fiddler at 305 Main Street, Acton. From the computer, please click on the link to join the public meeting, actonma.gov/meeting/BOS or from a telephone dial 646-876-9923 and enter the webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting computer, and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. So we'll open the public hearing on this. John, is there anyone in the audience to speak to this?
Yes, to speak to this is the part of the applicant team, Nathan Forringer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
How you doing?
Welcome. Please tell us the situation here.
I got transferred here, transferred from another location. I've been here for the past couple months. Just got promoted, and I actually started with the company 10 years ago as a host in this location. So just kind of worked my way around a few locations and on the way up to general manager. So.
Okay. Any comments or questions from members of the board? By the way, town staff had no concerns about either of these, the last applicant or this applicant. So I should have said that in the beginning. Okay, I'll open it up to members of the public. If anybody has any comments or questions, please raise your electronic hand. Seeing none, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Jim moved and Dean seconded. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On the question of closing the hearing, Imogen Nagaredi,
Aye.
Bryan Arsenault,
Aye.
Dean Charter,
Aye.
David Martin,
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant, also aye. That's unanimous.
Great. So any discussion among members of the board for this application? In that case, I would take a motion to on the change of manager at Not Your Average Joe's for Not Your Average Joe's liquor license, or I should say all alcohol license for a common vittler from Bryan Garden to Nathan Forringer.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Dean moves and Fran seconds. Any further discussion? And Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On the question of transferring the manager, changing the manager at Not Your Average Joe's, Imogen Nagaredi,
Aye.
Bryan Arsenault,
Aye.
Dean Charter,
Aye.
David Martin,
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant also says aye. So that is also unanimous.
Okay.
Great manager.
Thank you, Mr. Forringer. And finally, for these public hearings, notice is hereby given under Chapter 138, Section 12 of the general laws of that the Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on January 10th, 2021 at 7:15 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204, Acton Town Hall, and remotely by video conference, and call in for the application of Holy Grail for a change in manager from Amy Hurley to Anthony Mascarin for an all alcohol license as a common vittler at 166 Great Road, Acton. From a computer, please click on the link to join the public meeting, actonma.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to speak. If there is someone here from Holy Grail, can you raise your electronic hand? I don't see.
For this one, I don't believe we have an applicant here, and this is an example of an application that I think we still are waiting for some information from the applicant. So I would recommend that the board either continue or deny this at this time.
So I would take a motion, since we would like to give the applicant a chance just in case here. So I would take a motion to continue this hearing until 7:05 on January 24th.
I would recommend February, if you don't mind.
Okay, the first meeting in February is 7th, right?
That sounds right.
So I would take a motion to continue this public hearing until 7:05 on February 2nd.
So moved.
Is there a
Sorry,
second?
just a point of order. I think that February meetings start at 7:30. So if you want to.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. So 7:35 on February 7th.
Yes, that's what I meant to say in my motion. Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so Jim moves, Dean seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On the question of continuing the meeting until February 7th at 7:35, Imogen Nagaredi,
Aye.
Fran Arsenault,
Aye.
Dean Charter,
Aye.
David Martin,
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant also says aye. It has been so continued.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, item 6, is discuss suspending in-person meetings and any other COVID-19 related actions. So since the pandemic was getting worse since our last meeting and there wasn't a chance for us to discuss it, I just went ahead and made this meeting virtual. But I wanted to circle back with you guys for future meetings, whether you wanted to make our meetings virtual for the next couple of months, whether we should make all committee meetings virtual for the next couple of months or not, just leave things the way they are. So I'm interested in discussion here, and maybe if we want to take an action at the end, we can take an action. Comments? Dean, please.
Yeah, I would favor, encouraging other boards and committees to go to all virtual. On the Community Preservation Committee, we've been hybrid, but I made the same sort of executive decision last week and went with virtual with that because we could have a large number of attendees in a small room. I think it's worthwhile to give some of these smaller committees the option of in-person or hybrid or virtual. Some particular committees, I'm thinking of Design Review Board, typically there's 4 or 5 people in the panel and maybe 1 or 2 folks coming in to speak, and that's spread out in the Faulkner room, so there's plenty of room for distancing. So I would certainly, everybody should make their own decisions, but I would certainly think that we should give some of the committees a certain amount of leeway in how they can best accomplish their work.
Thank you. Any other comments? So should we, sorry, Jim?
Thank you. I remember writing and asking if this next meeting would be virtual and recommending that it would be, and then you wrote back immediately and said, oh yeah, it's definitely going to be virtual. I really appreciate your taking the lead on that and getting that done. I think it's okay to take this meeting by meeting and just trust your judgment as chair about where how the meetings are held. It's I'm weighing myself on the virtual side. The public portion, the select board meetings do sometimes have a lot of attendees, and it does feel safer to do it virtually if we can.
Imogen.
Yeah, just definitely want to underscore what Jim and Dean have said. I think that I'm really glad that this meeting was virtual. I think that tracking what Acton's case count is carefully is going to be important. Recognizing, as John mentioned, that it is likely underreported because of home testing. I think taking it virtual for now, I think, is a good idea, and encouraging other boards and committees who can do so to do so would be good as well. Especially at least like through January, and then kind of seeing what February looks like. I mean, this, as most people already know, this variant is pretty highly transmissible. And so trying to keep everyone safe should be our first priority. So yeah, I really appreciate this being virtual.
Thank you. So what are members feeling? Should we take just a sentiment of this board's encouraging other bodies to meet virtually, or you think we should take a vote? I think we should have then a vote that, for maybe for January and February, we encourage town committees to meet virtually if possible, and note that if they choose to meet in person, we have an inside mask mandate. So if someone wanted to make such a motion or modify it or something, that would be great.
I'll move that.
So I heard Dean first and Amaja seconds.
Sounds good.
Okay, any further discussion? Jim, would you call the roll, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I hold on that just a second? I see one hand up in the audience. I just like to take that comment first.
I believe this is Tara.
Thank
they
you.
can identify themselves now.
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. Currently, is there a mask mandate for all municipal buildings?
Himish can correct me if I'm wrong, or someone else can. The Board of Health has voted a mask mandate anytime we're inside in public places.
That is
nice. Okay, thank you so much for that. Okay, so I'm very supportive of this. I hope there's room for the DRB or people that have to put plans on tables that they can meet. I agree with how Dean put it. And I can't remember exactly how the motion went, but I'm generally in support of this. Thank you so much.
Right. So my motion was to encourage and note that there is a mask mandate.
Thank you.
So they can lean over the plans with their masks on. So did someone else have another?
They're
point?
N95. Can you say N95 masks? Because those other crummy masks.
Everybody just has to follow Board of Health guidelines. I'm not preempting them. Thank you.
Okay.
So was someone else going to make a comment before we vote? Someone on the board? I thought I heard Okay. Then
the manager might have been raising his hand. I'm not clear.
John, did you have a comment before we vote?
I have several comments, but I think I can just talk about it afterwards.
Oh, okay, fine. So Jim, please go ahead and call the roll.
Okay. On this communication we're going to be making to boards and committees, Himija Nagaredi.
Aye.
Bryan Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
Jim Snyder also says aye. So we are unanimous on creating this communication.
And John, your comments, please.
I guess, is that something that I should send out to all boards and committees and say that it's encouraged, or how do you want to handle that?
I think that would be excellent. Yes, please. And remind them that there's a mask mandate if they meet in town hall.
Okay. So we're in town hall and in other town facilities, like many workforces across the Commonwealth and maybe wider, we're seeing a significant impact from this surge. We're down in numbers in every department, some significantly, and we're doing the best we can to try to keep people separate, keep people away from each other, remote working, and everything we can. So I'm concerned. This week, last week was bad, but this week's actually worse. And so, in terms of staffing meetings in person and things like that, it sounds like there's not going to be a ton of that. The meeting room upstairs is going to be under renovation for the next 2 weeks also. So we wouldn't really want to have in-person meetings up there either. But I guess some of the things that we put in place for staff are, we just reminded everybody about the mask mandate. We remind everybody you need to keep 6 feet away from each other. Because what we found is that the masks certainly help, but keeping the distance is the sure way to keep people safe from each other. So in situations where we couldn't keep people away from each other, we're having people work remotely or work in a different part of the building. We're having vehicles driven, and it's not good for our sustainability, but we're not carpooling right now, sorry. And we're doing that for safety reasons. And we're really struggling with the CDC guidelines for quarantine and isolation. It's causing some confusion. We're doing our best to communicate that. But, you know, we just sent out tax bills, so we expect a large influx of people in the next few weeks. Other than that, it hasn't been that busy in town hall. So I didn't know if there's any thoughts from the board on services that we're providing or any concerns that you have. As of right now, we're able to staff every office. But if for some reason we can't, we may need to shift. And just wanted to make sure you're aware of that if you had any concerns about that.
I just believe that, yeah, I think you're doing things right. I mean, the most important thing is to keep employees safe. If we have to cut back on services a bit in the next few weeks, that's just what we have to do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And I guess another note on the cases, we're actually thinking about taking down that case reporting because we don't think there's a chance that we're underreporting. We know that we're underreporting, and we think that we're grossly underreporting. And so it's almost problematic to be publishing this information saying that we have 170 cases when we know there's probably twice or three times as many cases in town. So, I mean, the Board of Health, I think, is meeting on Wednesday, and they may provide some guidance on that. But is there anything, initial guidance from this board?
Jim.
A couple thoughts. One is I prefer to keep the numbers there for people that are curious, but add the warning that, you know, these, as far as we know, these are all the facts point to that this is grossly underreported. But it's still a trend. The trend information is still useful. You know, that it's going up or going down. That's still valid and important information for people to know. I think it would create too much confusion or even panic to just like suddenly the numbers disappear, like, what happened? Yeah. So I'd recommend keeping it there with a warning. The other thought I had was that as you compose this message to all boards and committees, if you feel like there's other things that belong in that communication, I'm very comfortable with you and the chair working that out. You know, if you want to, you know, talk about, you know, we didn't explicitly mention social distancing in our motion, but if you and David feel that should be there, I'm totally comfortable with your expanding the message to cover the key things that you think are important. Those are my two thoughts.
I agree with Jim on that the numbers are useful for trend reasons, even if we know that they're not perfectly accurate. Any other comments or responses for the town manager? I see none. Oh, Imogen.
Just want to underscore what you've said. I think that sounds good. And then in the communication, yeah, emphasizing that we would prefer that boards and committees go fully remote, at least for January and February.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, the Finance Committee point of view. Matt, could you promote Christine Russell to a panelist, please? Christine is the chair of the Finance Committee. And if there is another member of the Finance Committee who is presenting with Christine, could you raise your electronic hand? Jason Cole, could you promote Jason Cole as well, please, Matt?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Christina.
All right, whenever you give me the go-ahead.
Okay, please go ahead, and you can share. You should be able to share your screen, and if you can't, one of us could do it instead.
Okay. I'm looking for this one.
So just for everybody's information, the Finance Committee prepares a point of view document every year. You know, specifically, I thought it would be a good idea to present here at a select board meeting for a couple reasons: to give the board a chance to ask questions and to give the more of the public a chance to see this, their point of view. So Christine, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So please feel free to interrupt me. I can't see everybody, so I'm going to let you all who can see each other, tag and raise hands or interrupt as needed if you have questions about a specific slide. You all have access to this and our speaker's notes, so I'm not going to read every detail of everything. There's a lot of data in here, and I'm trying not to take up a huge portion of your meeting as well. So this is our financial outlook. We are directed to look a little farther down the line than maybe the town and the finance department it typically does with the schools as well. So right here is our snapshot of where we are in comparison to Massachusetts and Middlesex County. And, although we are doing well economically, we're in a solid financial position. Inflation is at a 30-year high. Unemployment is at 4%, which is, a large portion of our population for those impacted especially. And we have prolonged labor, energy, and supply disruptions that are making things difficult for our businesses, large and small, and those will trickle down and impact Acton households possibly for the next few years. So there's a lot of economic uncertainty that's going to be a challenge for us in the coming year or two as we see how this pandemic plays out and how quickly things clear up. But like I said, at this moment, and typically our town is very stable financially. We have a fantastic tax collection rate. We have amazing citizens. We have a high level of reserves. We are highly rated by the agencies that rate us, that allow us to, borrow as needed for our bigger projects. And we have Acton is a primarily residential community. So that's where most of our taxes come from. However, the town's stable industrial base also plays a role in the town's in our fiscal stability. We currently have an economic mix about 88% residential, 10% commercial, and 2% like a personal property commercial. So for most of us, when we pass our spending package for the year, it's landing in our tax statements. Our data indicates that the residential tax burden has been consistently increasing. We have housing costs that are among the highest in the nation. And I'm sure you are all aware that houses don't sit on the market in the last year or two, and that they've been selling for even higher than we typically see even in our area, which caused our assessed values to rise. They've risen for the last 8 fiscal years to their highest level ever. As well, the building department issued 1,400 permits in the last fiscal year with an estimated construction value of over $127 million. So this, Acton is continuing to grow. This includes $83 million for the new Boardwalk Elementary School, and also, of course, the much anticipated North Acton Fire Station, which is chugging right along. So I'd like to point out real quickly that this chart hopefully will clear up in the next few years. The census used to report median household income, and it switched over, and now it reports, I have that backwards. Used to report median family income, and it switched over to household income. So we're trying to migrate these numbers. But hopefully you can spend
Christine, I had a question.
Yes, please.
Jim, you mentioned the number of building permits in the last year.
Yes.
Could you say that number again?
1,400.
That was astonishing. Okay, thank you.
It is. Which is interesting given how inflation has increased construction costs, but it doesn't seem to have slowed anything down here in the town of Acton as far as we can see. Though I guess I'm pulling that number out and not actually giving references to what it typically is in previous years. I might have to look into that because now I'm curious. Okay. quick demographic breakdown of our town. This is just for general understanding of what Acton looks like. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. But the face of Acton is definitely more ethnically diverse with each passing year, which we love to celebrate here in this town, and I hope we can continue to going forward. All right. The household data is an interesting one for us because there's a lot of expectation that the majority of people who live in this town are families with children, and that's why we spend so much money on our schools. But it's just not the case. The bottom line is that the majority of our taxpayers and the majority of our households actually do not have children in the school systems. And so, Acton has been, I feel like, more vocal in the last few years about making sure that we are still a place that seniors can stay in, or older households can afford to live in after the kids have moved out. And my phone. So this is a good snapshot of what our town looks like household-wise. These are the budgets that we passed last year. Most notably, the FinCom has a long history of talking about salaries, fringes, and hiring, and I think you can see why. It's an enormous portion of our budget, and many of our contracts with large groups of staff tend to have contracts that increase pay upwards of 4% or more year over year. So if you look at the big pieces of these pie charts that incorporates, and you consider that we can only increase our taxes by 2.5%, you can see why this is constantly on our radar, because those two numbers don't go well together. Okay. And these are our revenue sources. So once again, the biggest portion of the pie is the tax levy. So this is your tax statements and my tax statements. And then we have our state aid, local receipts, debt exclusion, and town reserves. 2.5 is not indexed for inflation, but inflation is happening. And hiring is getting more expensive. So we really want to stay on everybody's radar, that when we hire, we do so very deliberately, very purposefully, and understanding the impact on the greater budget. So long term, this, you can see the we are here, generally about, I would say, here. This is where our debt is. And one of the ways that we discussed adding the twin school debt into our payment plan, into our town, was that there was a curve that down here that was going to come up, and then when it fell off, when old debt fell off, this would come on down to about where it was before we added on the twin school debt. And that's playing out. That's at this point what's going to happen. So of course, this is an area where we would like to see how long we can keep this graph down here without having to spike it again, because again, this comes out of taxpayer pockets. So just an interesting long term. The full twin school debt falls off way out here in 2052. This is a very busy graph, because there were a lot of things we wanted to get across. So our primary municipal reserve accounts are free cash and stabilization. And for the FinCom worked hard to create a policy that met with state guidelines, that met with the finance department's guidelines, and that tries to keep our reserves within a floor of 3% of our total budget and a ceiling of 5%. So what this shows is that for a little while there, we had a lot of reserves, and they have come on down, and now we've been doing a good job of staying right in this range. And we'd like to see that continue. So the town manager has done a great job of managing our turnbacks, keeping our free cash within this range and within this percentage of our total operating budget. And we definitely like to see that continuing going down the line. Keeps us in a healthy, stable position as far as the overview and oversight from the state and from the borrowing agencies.
Can I ask just a quick question?
Yes,
please. Not to focus on the past, but what was going on in 2013 and 2014? Do you know?
Jason, do you have a good answer for this one?
The Neswick settlement.
What was that?
The Neswick, and I can't remember what that stands for, but it was a Superfund site settlement that had a very large influx of cash to free cash.
Okay, thanks.
It was a definition of a one-time event.
And we actually received word from the state as this number fell that they were concerned because they were looking at the percentage drop year over year rather than the fact that at one point we just had reserves that were entirely too high. So they like to see us stay in a stable position, and that's our goal going forward. Hopefully there won't be any more settlements required. So this is an overall picture of free cash stabilization fund, enterprise fund reserves. Although we typically talk about reserves being these numbers, it is important to note that we are holding a lot of taxpayer dollars in reserve / free cash / stabilization for, when we need it, for keeping financially stable, but it's still a lot of money. So future capital projects, the Finance Committee would like to see us approach them all with extreme caution, make sure that they are priorities, that they're meeting specific goals, and that every time we agree to one, we know what impact we're going to have on the taxpayer dollar, because in the end, they have to foot the bill. The town manager has done a great job at finding alternative funding sources for a lot of our initiatives and priorities, and we definitely want him to continue to do that, leveraging as much outside funds as possible, but while making sure that we don't take advantage of some outside funding to begin initiatives that down the line we maybe aren't necessarily comfortable with paying for. So taking that longer approach is definitely something that the Finance Committee would like to see more of. Inflation and economic uncertainty are things that we are concerned with as far as capital projects. And so for at least the foreseeable future, we really need to consider that on any project that we try to add in. That would be a year or 2 or 3 out. OPEB, other post-employment benefits. The town has done a remarkable job of investing in our OPEB liability, and we would just like them to continue to earmark the money for that every budget cycle as they have been doing, so that we can get it fully funded. It's a 2034 fiscally speaking, just doesn't seem that far off. It's nice to see that end date in sight. Our hope would be that the school districts would find a way to increase their spending on their OPEB liability so that they could be in better alignment to pay theirs off before 2060, because that just is much further out, and a lot can change between now and then. Okay. So 40% of Acton residents are currently accessing unemployment benefit, 4%, much different number. But clearly a lot of citizens are struggling. The openings, the closings, the uncertainty of jobs, the uncertainty of childcare, the not as many people return to the workforce as were in the workforce prior to the pandemic. Definitely uncertain revenue sources for our families. And we're in an unprecedented period of supply chain and employment issues. And every time somebody tries to predict when this pandemic is going to peter off, we are hit with, Delta and Omicron, and here we are really talking not full shutdown again, but definitely things are tight and they're not going back to normal anytime that we can see. So, although the unemployment rate has stabilized, expenses are still high and costs are high. Acton received coronavirus relief funds for the CARES Act of $2.1 million. And we've received ARPA funding, obviously, which we're going to talk about in a later slide. And that's all done great work to mitigate the impacts on the town. But for the people, the consumer price index shows that price of gas is up 50% over last year. Cost of oil to heat homes has risen 60%. So when you're looking at any spending and budgeting and anything, again, that's going to take more money out of taxpayer wallets, keep in mind that they're being hit in a lot of areas, and that it really has to be a need at this point to make sure that everybody can afford what we're planning to spend. I'm not going to go over recommendations for OPEB again. As far as the ARPA funds go, we'd like to make sure that our biggest concern is that we start funding something with ARPA funds and then we have to finish it with taxpayer dollars. So we have to make sure that anything we begin with ARPA, we have the funding source settled and that we know where that money is going to come from down the line and how it's going to impact our budget long term. And this is just a graph of what you all voted on as far as the ARPA investment. I believe this is the I don't remember if it was tier 1 or stage 1 and stage 2, but everything that was 3 thumbs up, I think, is on this list. Okay. Given, go ahead, Fran.
No, I just wanted to say that was my favorite graph.
Oh, excellent. Mike Majors put this particular presentation together. He did a very good job. Okay.
It does show that you did not necessarily spend the money in alignment with our recommendations.
Yeah, I think if you look at what was approved as far as ARPA spending, and you think about what our recommendations are as far as knowing your funding sources, thinking about the taxpayer dollars, thinking out about the entire completion of the project and where the funding is going to come from, there might be some items on that list that don't accomplish all of those goals. So with economic uncertainty, with inflation, with the costs being high, with jobs being uncertain, we 2.5% tax increase, spend cautiously, aim for as many efficiencies as possible. Though I understand how difficult this is right now, especially with staffing shortages and everybody's just trying to make everything work. But whatever we can do, continue the OPEB funding. We'd love to see a longer forecast coming out of the town. I don't know if you've all looked at the ALG spreadsheet, but even though there are numbers in there that go out 3 years, 4 years, we're often told that they're not real projections, and they're not real thoughtful answers to what we think things are going to cost. And that's been the case for years and years. So we would love to see some more detailed forecasting come out of the town so that we can better manage, so that we can better understand what projects make sense to put in place and when and where. So at this point, we think costs other than compensation should be level funded, and that we shouldn't be trying to grow anywhere else because it's not a good time for that. And projected costs will be proportional to the revenue raised by 2.5% tax increase. We definitely have some concerns about the capital plan. The capital plan invests $76.8 million into the community, leverages millions of dollars from federal and state grants and other sources. It's a roadmap to achieve our goals and priorities, but it's a big chunk of change. So we'd definitely like to see thoughtful application. When we hear that sidewalks are a huge priority and that it would be nice to get them all done in one lump sum so that we're not just picking at the heels of sidewalks as a walker through town, I can get on board with that. But when I look at the big picture of what our tax bill is doing, I'm concerned with taking that huge chunk of a project and making it a priority. And I don't mean at this time, I mean making it a priority, period. So I think thoughtfulness as far as when you have your goals as far as capital improvements go, we would love to see a bigger picture take, or maybe what I mean is a more granular take on exactly what impact that has on the taxpayer when we make that a priority, and what comes off the list if it is a priority, so that we can keep moving forward with our goals, and not overwhelm our people with the bill. As I said before, compensation is our largest budgetary item. Compensation growth, sometimes greater than or equal to 4% year over year. Tax bills have increased over $510 per year on average for the past 3 years. Middlesex assessment is likely to increase 6.5% this year, and we have had some really lovely years out of our health insurance trust, and this is not going to be one of those. They're looking at a 10% rate hike. Nothing is cheap right now. So where possible, no non-essential new hires. I know that you all have prioritized some hiring, and the town managers prioritized some hiring, and the town has asked for some hiring. It's hard to square the cost of things with the needs and wants, and wherever possible, we think that hiring should be kept at a bare minimum. Obviously, protect our services, protect our first responders and our town staff and our schools, to maintain services, but we'll have to prepare for cost increases on top of regular increases with inflation, on top of our regular budgetary increases that happen year over year. Okay, so we kind of went over the reserve policy and staying in that lane of between 3% and 5%. There haven't been a lot of call for land purchases for the last few years, which has been great. We think that land purchases should definitely be identified, that we should know what we're going to do with them, and that there should be long-term planning for them. And we've been talking about that for a few years now, and so keep doing that going forward. That's great. All right, so the bottom line is we're in good financial shape at this moment, but we're in a period of great uncertainty. It's hard to have this conversation when we still have 99% tax payment, and so it feels like the money is rolling in the same way. but it's also hard to look at the economic picture and not think that at some level we're being impacted, and that it's a burden to a large portion of our tax base. Inflation's at a 30-year high. The cost of people is high right now. The cost of resources are high right now. Supply chain is slow. We need to keep all of that in mind, especially in the next year or two when budgeting and when planning. And we ask that you do that, because we'd really like to avoid any kind of operational override. Jason, do you have anything to add to my quick run through the point of view?
No, thank you very much, Christine. I appreciate you doing it.
Okay. Any questions?
Questions from members of the board? Everything's clear?
I think it was.
Fran.
I just wanted to add. I had a little sneak preview at the EDC, but I think it's a great presentation, and I look forward to Budget Thursday.
Excellent.
Great, Himogen.
Thank you. Yes, I definitely want to echo Fran and say that was a great presentation. Thank you. Can you help me clarify the difference between a stabilization fund and an enterprise fund?
Sure. So our stabilization fund is a separate bucket of money that we allocated a few years back. We had extra money in the budget, and we put $2 million aside specifically for a capital need, for a one-time capital need, sort of a rainy day, just capital specific fund. And in order to take money out of that fund, we actually need a 2/3 vote at town meeting. So we've got our regular budget, and that stabilization fund could be used towards things in that regular budget. And then we have sort of these satellite budgets, Ambulance Enterprise Fund and a few others, and they have their own reserves. So they have their own reserve dollars. You couldn't take money out of their reserve dollars to pay for a shortfall somewhere outside of that enterprise fund. So on our reserves page, we've got sort of, the free cash, we've got stabilization, and then we've got the enterprise. That's the total of all of the enterprise, their specific free cash combined. They obviously can't cross with each other. We just put it all in one to make the slide less busy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Also, the money in enterprise funds, there's two different kinds. I forget, one's revolving, one's enterprise. I think enterprise can have some tax money contributed to it. Revolving does not have tax money contributed to it. But in both of those cases, they all have outside funding sources that are not taxes. So, for example, when we transport someone to the hospital on one of our ambulances, we bill their insurance. Or when someone parks at the train station, that parking revenue goes into the parking enterprise fund, et cetera. So there's a whole bunch of enterprise funds. So like I said, the enterprise ones can have some tax revenue. We can contribute some to them at town meeting, but the revolving ones have no tax revenue in them.
Right.
And
yes.
Just to add on, because I'm usually the proponent who makes us report all the enterprise funds as a form of reserve, I do want to be very clear that it is important for each of those independent entities to have some greater granular control over their own budgeting and finances, because they have to plan for, like in the ambulance enterprise fund, potentially, theoretically, they're planning for for acquiring a new ambulance. The parking fund is planning on repaving, things along those natures. So you can't count on every dollar in the enterprise fund as a fungible dollar for equal services elsewhere. But it is important to remember that those are monies that have been paid usually through user fees or elsewhere, or could have been contributed to by the general fund, that are monies that are held in reserve is a dangerous word, but monies that are held in accounts by the town.
Exactly.
Any other questions or comments from the board? So I wasn't going to take any questions here, but there are only two hands raised, so I'll take those two hands. I'll remind people that people can ask any questions they want at a FinCom meeting, right? The FinCom meets tomorrow night, and meets twice a month. So I'm sure they would encourage people to participate there and ask questions, make comments. You can also send in comments to the select board via email at sb@actonma.gov. So Matt, if you could let Deborah Symes and Tara speak, please. One at a time.
Deborah is up first.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Christina. I learned so much. That was really great to slog through quickly. You guys are gonna get so sick of me saying this, but I'm going to invite both FinCom and the select board and staff, town staff, to think about use of the term tax burden. I have a real problem with it because it implies that what we're paying in taxes is a bad thing. Whereas some of us consider what we pay in taxes an investment in our common good and our community. So, even if it were just tax obligation, it would feel less kind of pejorative. So I'm just inviting you to consider the term is all. And then the other thing I want to say, which is, I am not a finance person, so this is, I'm like way zoomed out here. But I want to say that when any of us, select board, FinCom, anybody thinks about, the dollars and cents that we're looking at spending and, the unknowns over the next few years and whatever, I just want to reintroduce the notion of, costs that we don't tend to think about, which is, what are the costs of flooding? What are the costs of infrastructure damage? What are the costs of things related to climate that if we don't invest in them now are going to be that much worse a few years down the road? So I would love us to start incorporating that concept as well as just the literal, what are we building? What are our revenues? And to try to find a way to bring that kind of accounting into the analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This might get Christine to laugh, but it sounds to me like you were saying bury the electrical lines. Sorry, inside joke. I've been asking for years. Been asking for that for years.
Thank you, Deborah. And Tara, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I agree with Deborah on the idea of taxes being viewed as a burden. I am very proud to pay my taxes, and I work very hard to be able to pay my taxes, and I prefer to consider it as something that is an honor and a duty, and I like the word obligation instead. I sent in a couple of minor comments to you on email, but I'd also like to comment verbally about the concept of land use being seemingly an evil thing, land purchases. I urge you to stop looking at return on investment as only being taxes coming in and out of town hall. What about the cost of the community in other ways, of which Deborah mentioned a few? And what about property values? Even if you only care about money, preserving land increases property value. I sent you yet again the wonderful slide done by the real estate industry, universities have been engaging in these studies about increasing land values, even if you have another park that is yet 100 feet from a property, even 500 feet from a property, it increases their value. So it increases value all over town, according to the studies, of which there are more and more coming out. And then if we can increase our property values and we look at that ROI, then we can look at things like an investment in tenant advocate and other types of investments in our community as something that isn't just, if you're only looking at ROI as a strict in and out of town hall, then you'll never be able to see the actual value of our tax obligation and our tax investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christine, you wanted to.
Yeah, thank you. So we had a slide for the last few years that sort of listed out some land purchases that were done knee-jerk, or at least it felt knee-jerk, without really an end goal other than to stop somebody else from making a purchase, because we were concerned about what was going to be put on a specific plot of land. And so when we talk about the land purchases, to Tara's point, we're not always talking about return on investment financially, but it's more We don't like the idea of rushing to purchase a piece of land and then getting a group together to figure out what we want to do with it after the fact. This is how we got laden with an expensive dam that needs replacing. And this is how we ended up, and regardless of how you feel about the end result, the parcel on Kennedy with the dog park and the senior housing, the way it is, certainly wasn't the original thought, and it wasn't planned for. It's what we ended up with. So from the FinCom's point of view, if that's the intention and that's what we buy it for and that's what we use it for, that's great. We would just like land purchases to be understood prior to making the purchase. So that's where we're going with.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments from the board or questions? Thank you, Christine and Jason, very much. This is great effort. I know it takes many meetings to come to conclusion on the point of view, and it's hard. It's a lot of work. And and as you said, I know Mike Majors did a lot of the assembly of the slides this year. So thank you to him too.
If I could take 10 seconds, absolute shout out to Mike Majors. He spearheaded this. Everyone has their turn in the barrel. He did a great job this year, so I'd like to thank him for doing it.
Thank you. And thanks to both of you. Good night now.
Good night.
The next on our agenda is to review the Gardner Field project. We don't really have a decision to make here, but the complete effort on the Gardner Field project has not come up in front of the board. Well, actually, the complete effort, I think, has never come up in front of the board, and the subject has rarely come up in front of the board. And I thought it would be good as we talk about the final phase of implementation and funding to get an update of where we are and what have we done in the project. So the Recreation Director, Melissa Ryer, is with us tonight.
Hi, yeah.
John, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. So this item is just to give an update to the board. We have several CPC applications before the CPC that I expect that the group will ask the select board to prioritize. But in the meantime, we wanted to just make sure that the board was aware of where we are with the Gardner Field project. We received an earmark through our partners at the state legislature. And we also, through the select board's work, approved funding from ARPA. And Melissa Ryer is going to share her screen for a few minutes and walk through sort of where we are with the project, so the board knows exactly what's being proposed in terms of the next phase, which we are going to the CPC to ask for funding for that this year. So Melissa, take it away. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. So again, I'm Melissa Ryer. I haven't met all of you yet, but I am the Recreation Director. And I've been working on this project for a few years now with the Friends of Gardner Field. So they are a nonprofit. And we're almost ready to break ground here and put in the new playground. So we wanted to share what we've been working on, what our new ask is with CPC, and when this is going to be completed. So and show you a little bit about the equipment. So Gardner Field, as you guys know, it's in the heart of West Acton. It's within walking distance of many schools. Many people live close by. And the last time that this was refurbished was about 24 years ago. So it is in need of a new playground. Usually playgrounds last about 20 years, so it's up there. It's deteriorating and it's not accessible. So in 2021, we received, so Gardner, the Friends received a state earmark of $110,000. We also did receive the American Rescue Plan funding at $350,000. We completed the engineered parking design with Stamsky and McNary, and we also have a signed contract with Allied Paving, who will be doing the parking lot. We secured excavation with Lombardo Loam and Gravel, so they'll be doing that, and they're volunteering their services as they did with Jones Playground. We chose playground equipment in a design and signed the contract with Compan. So Compan is one of the leading commercial playground vendors. So we really enjoyed their natural, so that's why we went with them. And right now we're working on the entrance. There's a plan for a nice entranceway with the gardener. I'll show you a little bit of what that looks like. We've been sketching a few different sketches and trying to figure out what we like best. Right now for 2022, we're planning a spring installation in parking area and walkway. And then we'll also want to do some landscaping in the entranceway. So this is pictures of the entranceway. These are just sketches. We don't know exactly what we're going with yet. Tom Tidman put those together for us. So we're requesting about $100,000 for CPC this time around. This is going to include the archway entrance, which is what you see on the screen, any shrubs. So right now there's invasive species that are closing in the park, but we want to pull those up. We want to put a nice shrub wall from the street, so the kids aren't just running into the street, so that it's still contained. And we want also a lot of different shade trees, vegetation, gardens, those types of things around to make it really welcoming and park-like. We'll also have some signage. So we're estimated to start this in spring. I feel like we'd be done before fall, but I gave myself a little bit of a buffer there. But this year is when this project is going to be completed. Again, this is the 3 phases that we did. We did the master plan and land survey. Then we completed phase 2, which is the parking lot and playground design. And now we're ready for the digging and putting in the new equipment. So this was prepared by Jennifer Brook from Lemon Brook. They did the master plan for us. So that these might change slightly, but this is what we're estimating what each thing would cost. So we would put in lots of shade trees, planted islands, seating, gate, and sidewalk and signage. So that's about what we estimated that this would cost, which is why we requested that amount to the CPC. Right now, this is what we have in funding. So Friends of Gardner, they did an amazing job. They raised $80,000 through private donations and businesses and through a bunch of their different events throughout the years for fundraising. They also received a state earmark of $110,000. For CPA, when we asked in the past, we got $100,000 toward the playground only, not parking lot. And now we have the American Rescue Plan Act at $350. That's our total at $640. We do have to make sure that we use all of the things above the American Rescue Plan Act before we even get to that $350. So we have to use up all of those funds before we are allowed to use that. This is what the master plan looks like. So on your left side of the screen, that's what Gardner looks like now. The right side is what we're planning for it to look like. And we're going to show you actually closer. So here's some current photos if you're not familiar with the park. And, you know, these outdated stuff that's going on here. And this is the vision. So this is what Compan came with us. We told them we wanted a very natural look. So a lot of the outside, there's a lot of different wooden structures. And then we have a very unique thing in the middle there. We have an embarkment slide where the kids have a climbing type of hill to go up with a slide down. And then we have this really neat climbing structure. Here's a closer look of each of the different playground equipment that we were looking to purchase. And then here's some of the wooden stuff. And this is a very unique playground to this area. We don't have any wooden playground, so this would be probably the most nature-looking one that we have. And that is what I have for you guys. And we're just looking for your support from this for asking CPC for the rest of the money to complete this project this calendar year.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members? Jim, please.
I love these plans. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the other rec proposals for CPC money before I would want to vote on whether to support this particular project. But it's very exciting. I had one particular question, which was when you remove all that burning bush, which I'm really looking forward to having that be gone, the town in the past has had a habit of adding chipped material to the brush pile at the transfer station to allow people to have, mulch. And I just want to say, please don't do that. We don't need a whole bunch of invasive material with, potentially, viable seeds going into material that, townspeople can use. So it'd be great to get a reassurance that you have some strategy for getting rid of the stuff that isn't, chipping it up and tossing it in the mulch pile.
I can talk to Tom Tidman about that on where this would be disposed of, but yes, I'll look into that.
Thank you. I'll get to Dean in just a second. Jim, I just wanted to say that in an upcoming meeting, we'll talk about the priorities of the town's CPC requests. Usually the select board considers which requests it wants to, from the town it wants to emphasize. And we'll be doing that in an upcoming meeting. There's no vote or anything tonight. This is just background and update information for us. Dean, please.
Thank you. To your point, David, as you know, the Community Preservation Act provides by design that the CPC acts with considerable autonomy. Certainly, they'd be interested in hearing any thoughts from the select board, but ultimately, these are decisions that will be made by CPC and then brought forward to town meeting. And at town meeting, items can be deleted from the list, but they cannot be added back onto the list. Now, as far as vetting these projects, the situation we've got right now, speaking as chair of CPC, we've got $2,975,000 worth of requests, and we've got $1,600,000 to spend. So we've got almost twice as much of an ask as we do as a resource. Virtually all of those requests are those made by the town. It's about $1.5 million just in requests regarding historic preservation projects, and everything except about $40,000 of that are all town requests. Recreation projects, they've got requests for $378,000. Community housing, which arguably is town or housing authority, is about $480,000, and then open space for $500,000. So, I mean, that obviously lots of people are going to be unhappy, and lots of things are not going to get funded. So, we're starting the hearing process tomorrow night, and that will be running through January and very early February. If the board wishes to go through the list of projects, maybe the town manager could present them all at a future meeting and see what kind of support they've got. And certainly we can, transmit that to the CPC and they can put that under their consideration. It's a huge amount of work. The CPC is going to have to go through to cut these things down. And obviously, some of these projects, there's not really any way that CPC could make a decision, well, we'll give you half, because half isn't going to really do the duty for you. So, however the select board wishes to move on that, certainly CPC would welcome that input, but it should be something done pretty quickly and with a clear understanding that huge numbers of these projects have no chance of funding whatsoever. That's all I can say. It's just the dollars and cents of the requests this year, virtually all of them generated from town hall. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments, Fran?
It's been so much fun watching this project evolve over, it's been a few years, hasn't it? Has it been years?
Yes.
So, and I just see the activity going on at Jones Field, the playground down on Martin Street. And I think this is just going to add to the West Acton vibrancy. Was your CPC asked for 100? 100?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think this is a great project for West Acton. And I love the stonework and the gate as the opening to the park.
Thank you. Imogen?
Thank you.
Thanks. So I have 3 questions. My first one is, are there going to be any trees cut down as part of this this renovation?
I believe so. There might be very few, but we're trying to replant whatever we cut down, and we're trying to make sure that we're doing the ones that are not as healthy as the trees there that are healthy. But yes, we do believe there will be a few trees cut down.
Okay. Yeah, the less amount of trees we can cut down, the better. And it seems that there's already been thought as to how to minimize that impact. And then my second
Trying to keep them as much as we can, but it's hard.
Yeah, especially with that space. Yeah. And then my second question was, I don't really know how to if this is the right term to use, but was there any thought given to make the playground more ADA friendly and make it more inclusive for people with different abilities?
So this playground is actually fully inclusive and universal. So one thing that it has is that the for rubber surfacing, so a child in a wheelchair can get to any part of the playground. That structure that had that like climbing thing, there are so many different ground level things that a kid can do, whether they're on the spectrum or they're in a wheelchair or they're some type of disability. There's all different things for every child. And we really tried to make that inclusive for everyone. And that's one of our most important things when designing this playground. And we told our playground designers that as well.
That's really heartwarming to hear. Thank you so much for making that a priority. And then my third question is, the material that'll be used for the base of the playground, is that artificial turf, or are we going to keep the natural grass on that?
So around the playground or in the playground area?
Playground, yeah.
So it's going to be a rubber surfacing. So if you've seen Jones, and if you've felt it's the same thing as the Miracle Field at Nara. So it's a rubber surfacing that's kind of like it lasts the longest. So it's not going to be like the wood chips or the way I have to replenish it every 2 years. It lasts the longest, and it is proven to be the safest area as well as the most universally accessible for children with different abilities to get around. So it is a rubber surfacing.
Got you. Thanks so much. I think this is a great project, and thank you again for all your work with this. It's really exciting to kind of see this come to fruition. I went to Gates, so that's a very familiar area for me. So just really excited to see this happen. Thanks.
Thank you. So I would just thank you, Melissa, for bringing this forward. I'm been following this pretty closely all the way along. And I'd like to do 2 shout outs. You mentioned both of them. I just like to emphasize them. One is to our legislators, Senator Eldridge and Representatives Sina and Gouveia, for the earmark for $110,000 for the park. And the second is to the Friends of Gardner Field, who've been pursuing this project since the beginning and have raised an unprecedented $80,000. As far as I know, there's no other, recreation project, and maybe, no other piece of community fundraising that's raised so much money. It's an extraordinary thing, and they've been, pursuing this project for a long time. So it's great to see it come to fruition. I see one hand raised. I'll take that one comment from Franny Osmond, please, Matt.
Hi. Thank you. I'm so excited about this playground. I had just two questions. One is about trees and shade. It's hard to tell where the sun's coming from and how shaded it is. Are you planning on making it as shaded as possible? When I look at it, it looks hot, even though it looks like so much fun. I see a big area that doesn't seem like it's reached by shade. Has there been any thought to have a tree right in the middle or something like that?
Yes, so we've been talking a lot about like where to place the trees to make sure that there is shade. Obviously the trees that would be planted would be young trees, so they won't produce as much shade as we'd want, but as they mature, more shade will happen. But yes, shade is always a question when putting in a playground, and we're trying to make it a lot of shady areas as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I was wondering what the process is for choosing playground projects. This one just sort of slipped in. I first understood about it when Carol Lafferty and Paul Swiden from the Friends came to the Commission on Disabilities and told us about it. And I was very impressed with the Friends' work that was done. But I don't remember, and maybe I just missed it, I don't remember deciding as a town which playground we're going to work on. And as part of the work that's been done for the renters, climate and housing group that formed this summer, one of the things they've looked at is the locations of playgrounds. And we're in contact with Kristen Alexander. Is that her last name? No. Anyway, at the town, about looking at a map to see if all the rental multi-unit buildings on Route 2A, and I'm also thinking of Parker Street, have access to playgrounds as much as some of the other areas of town. So I was just wondering what that process was that led to this particular playground. I have no complaints. I'm so excited about it, and also the fact that it's universally accessible. So don't take this as a griping, but I'm trying to think forward how it happens that we choose to work on or build a playground.
Well, the two playgrounds that were recently redone, so Jones and now this one, they were just deteriorating. So they needed to be redone no matter what, whether we add more playgrounds in areas that don't have playgrounds, or because the equipment was just becoming unsafe at that point. So they have to be redone. But if there's areas around town that you think could use a playground, I'd be happy to talk more and we can figure out if that's possible.
Well,
That would be great.
If I may, we're also embarking in the process right now to renew our open space and recreation plan, and we're going to do a robust community engagement. We've already started the stakeholder engagement. Melissa's really leading this project for us internally. She's doing a great job. We reached out to all the boards and committees and asked for input. This would be certainly a great point of input from you, Franny, or for anyone out there. And we'd like to include playground planning in the OSRP that we'll be working on over the next few months. So thanks for bringing that up.
We're going to have a survey. We're going to have a public forum. So if playgrounds in certain areas are needed, then this is where you would bring up information so we can get it into our open space and rec plan.
Thank you, Franny.
Cool, thanks.
Matt, could you call on Kara Lafferty, please?
Yes, Kara should be able to speak.
So I just want to say before Kara speaks that Kara is one of the key people in Friends of Gardner.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you everyone on this Zoom that I can see your faces. you've been so fantastic with this project, and we're so excited to, as a community, to see it go forward. I did have just one comment about the CPA ask that was going forward, and I just wanted to speak in favor and support of that request, because as when the burning bush is removed, which is essential, as you know, it is the invasive species, we would have nothing as a barrier from the playground to 111, and it would be my sincere hope that this playground, as it was, you know, intended to be universally accessible, if there was no barrier between a playground that we would be bringing children with various needs to this playground, then it likely would no longer be universally accessible. If there was just kind of free reign to quickly run from the playground into the street, one of the hopes is that the entrance to the park lined up very nicely with the pedestrian crosswalk. So it had that light, and folks could have that visual cue to stop and press the button before they cross that road. And the CPC, that ask would kind of finish that whole project and would allow that to happen. And without the funds for that, I do think that we would just kind of miss out on that whole goal of having it really accessible to all children, all adults, all people. But again, just thank you so much. We are so excited. It looks fantastic. Just bravo to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take the one last comment from Tara, and then we'll move on.
Tara should be able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm very supportive of the project, but I'm being told, or I guess I'm hearing, that you're taking down substantial trees. I'm very much against that. I feel like you can go around the trees, and if you're just putting some rubber over additional grass, I'm okay with that. But I think we should keep the trees. I am supportive of having a barrier, as Tara had suggested. And I feel like an explanation needs to occur relative to how this came to be a priority. And I have to say that it's because, in my view, that people took the lead. People organized, they brought forth ideas, and they gathered money up. And although, yes, as Bernie pointed out, there's a certain privilege around the area that the park, that particular park represents, I feel like some of that has to happen by the government itself. And so I'm excited to hear about the open space plan taking that initiative. And I love this apartment dweller unit's effort to map out how far parks and open space are from people that are renting, because like we did way back when we talked about the sidewalk plan, that you've got like a third of the town lives in 1 mile, and that the lack of open space on Route 2A and access to open space apartments is really kind of shocking. And then my last comment, and just be really quick, is that I hope that the properties that are next to the park get reassessed, because they will gain a significant amount of money in the process of spending taxpayer money to upgrade the park, especially the commercial businesses there. We keep wanting to push more tax obligation onto those making a lot of money, and so I hope that happens. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Melissa. Great,
Thank you.
great project. So that the next two agenda items have to deal with supporting the AHA and maintenance and capital items. Matt, could you promote Kelly Cronin to be a panelist? And so Kelly will give us just a short background, and then we will discuss these two items.
And David, if we could invite Andrea Becerra, who's participating in this as well.
Yeah, Matt, could you promote Andrea as well, please?
And do you want me to share the PowerPoint presentation?
Sure. Yes. Whatever you'd like to do, Kelly, is fine. But I don't think we need a long presentation here to get started.
Yep. Okay, there we go. Am I sharing?
Not yet.
Can you see?
No.
Share screen.
There you go. So we see your screen background, but not the presentation.
Okie dokie. All right, so real quickly, you all have seen some of this before, so let me just quickly remind you of what our properties are. We have 91 units of elderly housing at Windsor Ave and at Sachem Way, McCarthy Village. We have 12 units of family housing at Sachem Way and 25 condominiums, which are at various locations in town. We also have units which are helped to be created by the town with CPC money, LIP units, they're local initiative program units. And we have Whittlesey Village, which the town provided some CPA funding for us to create. The LIP units and the Whittlesey Village units are self-funded. The rents are based on fair market rents. The tenants pay 30%, but they're subsidized so that we're able to keep up with all the operating and capital and maintenance needs without any additional assistance. So this is just a quick overview of how the Housing Authority budget works. The state provides some funding on top of the tenant rents, but the tenant rents pay for the majority of the costs. And we are the most affordable housing in Acton, and public housing is the most affordable housing in the state. Our average household makes less than $20,000 a month, a year, I apologize. And the average rents are $353 per unit. The state will provide funds to pay for the utilities and the condominium fees, but they will not pay for anything else for the ongoing maintenance of the properties. So the Acton Housing Authority, the legislators have been trying to get us additional money every year. Senator Eldridge has been one of the leaders in that effort. The governor always level funds. They try to get us extra money. But the average amount of money we've had for extraordinary maintenance every year has been $15,000, and the average amount of money we get every year for our equipment replacement is $12,000. Extraordinary maintenance line item pays for replacing plumbing fixtures, counters, flooring, broken windows, etc. We have an average of 12 units turn over a year. And that money just doesn't cover the cost that we need to update units in between turnovers. And then for the equipment, we get approximately $12,600 a year average. Last year, we had $8,400. And that equipment line item pays for Housing Authority vehicles, lawnmowers, generators, emergency replacement of hot water heaters, and appliances. So the Facilities Conditions Index is what the state has done and created for every housing authority in Massachusetts. They look at what the value of the property is, what the replacement of the property would be, and then the expired components and what the cost of replacing all the expired components is. And for our housing authority, the expired component total is $6,700,000. So they said the property's worth about $54 million. So if we were going to replace all the units, that's what the cost would be. And to replace the expired components, it's $6.7 million. We're given about $150,000 in capital funds a year. So it'd take 44 years to replace all those expired components. This is our 10-year capital plan. The Housing Authority has aggressively sought resources like CPA, as Dean was talking about, to help keep up with some of the capital needs. Those funds can only be used for the exteriors of our buildings. We can't use it for any of the interior updates. So over the last 10 years, we've done a little over 3 million in improvements. Of that amount, 744 came from CPA and 993 came from other sources such as housing choice money that the town applied for, our ARA money that we got from the feds about 10 years ago, and some money that we've gotten from the state for DOER money. This is what our kitchens look like when we have money to update them. We've only been able to update 12 family units over the last 10 years. And we have 4 units being done in this next year. That's an updated bath. That's another updated kitchen, updated bath. And this is what the existing looks like at McManus Village for older kitchens that, you know, most of our tenants do a very good job of maintaining them. So they're still in good working order. They're just old. And this is an old bathroom. So the AHAs, as I said, has sought outside resources. And if the town has any interest in providing some ARPA money, we would be very happy. Our residents would be very happy. And obviously we'd appreciate it. And that is all I have to present.
Thank you. So here's how I'd like to just structure the 2 items, unless someone has an objection. Is that the first one, as Kelly mentioned, for the AHA owned properties, the AHA gets from the state $150,000 a year to maintain all of them on the inside. They get some money from CPC for the outside, but for things like replacing flooring, updating kitchens and baths, that kind of thing, as Kelly mentioned. And so the first decision, item 9 on our agenda, is to see if we want to supplement that with our ARPA monies. They could use some of that money to buy appliances, but we're going to be discussing appliances in item 10. And if we're able to help out, the town is able to help out with appliances in a couple of different ways, then the full amount we would appropriate, if we decide to do that in item 9, would be available for non-appliance things. So before we just begin discussing item 9, I just want to confirm, Andrea, I assume you're mostly here to talk about item 10, is that correct? Which is the appliance replacement program using energy efficiency funds. Okay, so I'll let you talk just before that we get to that one, if that's okay. So first item 9 here. This is a supplement to the ARPA budget that we decided on in October. If we want to do that, and is to allocate some money for interior capital improvements and renovations to AHA owned properties. So anybody want to make a comment here or ask Kelly any questions? Jim.
I had a question for you or the manager, because I forgot to look this up before the meeting. We put in reserve some ARPA money for affordable housing type needs. I think we didn't specify what that was for. And I'm wondering that would give me a first question, because it seems like allocating from that would be a fine strategy if it's doable. Look, you've put it up on the screen.
So as part of the investment plan that the board approved a few months ago, I guess it was, in reserve, if you look under P 32, which is about the 5th from the bottom, rehabilitate and make energy efficiency improvements to affordable housing units. The board had included that in one of the items that we'd be reserving, not a direct allocation in 22 or 23 at this time. So the board could choose at this time to appropriate some amount of that funding right now in FY22 as an option.
Thank you. And I guess my second question then would be for Kelly, which is, how quickly can you spend this money? I'm concerned that, I'm thinking we should probably allocate some in 22 and 23, but I don't know how, how quickly you could absorb it.
So it depends how much it is, honestly, Jim, because the procurement rules are different depending on how much money you're spending on what project. So if we were to, we're given $10,000, we could spend that very quickly, hire somebody, to do the work. When you start to get over, I think it's about 50,000, obviously you have to procure it, you have to advertise it, you have to do the design work. So within the DHCD process, they have benchmark times. You hire an architect, they have architects that they've already approved that we can just hire, or an engineer, depending on what the work is. Their design process usually takes a few months because DHCD has to review everything before it goes out to bid. Then it goes out to bid. You usually have about a month of that, of advertising, reviewing the bids, reviewing the documents that they give you, their insurance, their bonds, etc. And then you can start the construction process once you've hired somebody. So usually the process is less than a year, 6 months to 9 months is the goal, but usually less than a year. But honestly, COVID supply issues have gotten in the way of some of the construction projects that are happening across the state. So a year and a half at the most, but most likely in less than a year, depending on how much it is again. So, if you're looking at projects that are less than 50,000, it could be very quickly.
I assume in that you're not asking us to allocate less so you can spend it quickly.
No, I mean, obviously we have huge needs, so any amount would be appreciated.
So maybe he went away, but I'll give Senator Eldridge would like to speak in a minute, but I'll get any other comments from the board first. Dean.
So if unless we decide to reopen the whole ARPA process, assume we've got $200,000 that we could allocate in some way. It strikes me that if we give too much money, it's going to take a long time, and I'm afraid that a lot of funding is going to get absorbed by the design costs and that sort of thing. So I'd be inclined to, go with a smaller amount, maybe 50,000, so that, there'd be some quick hits that probably could be done without having to go through full design and all that. I'm afraid that once you bring an architect in and a full bid package and all that, you could eat up half of the $200,000 just in design and not really get a lot out at the far end. So I would certainly be in favor of, repeated allocations of smaller amounts and give the AHA a chance to absorb them, get those things done, and then reassess after that.
Okay. Himaja, I think you had a comment?
Yeah, thanks. I think I would also be kind of interested to hear what Andrea has to say about the energy efficient appliances, because I think, at least in my mind, that'll help me at least figure out where kind of the bigger need is. But I guess my question for Kelly is, if, and you said any amount matters, and it totally does. I think that we've seen over these past few months that AHA is in need of funding, and it's something I think that the board is sympathetic to. But if there was, if you could name like a specific urgent need where this money could go to, where would that be?
So one of the things would be tub surrounds. So we have a lot of tub surrounds that are tile and they're just failing. They're 40 years old, caulking is worn away or gotten mildewed. Flooring, we have some flooring in some of our senior units that are really way past their prime. They're tile floors and they're just old in the kitchens, and they need to be replaced in our senior housing. Our family units, you know, some of the baseboard heaters are old. I mean, anything, you name it, it needs to be replaced in a lot of our units. But I would say the priorities for not appliances, but capital actual, I would say tub surrounds, counters, flooring. You know, if it were significant money, we'd do kitchens and baths. You know, we'd do whole kitchens and baths. If it were smaller amounts of money, we'd be doing tub surrounds, floorings, counters, things like that. And just to answer the question about design, DHCD estimates that when you do a project, about 25% can be for soft costs, design costs, so usually 10 or 15% of the budget.
Jim, did you have another?
Yeah, well, one more comment. In an earlier version of the ARPA write-up, we talked about the concept of some of this 200K being part of what it might take to fulfill our goal of bringing an affordable housing trust to a future town meeting, and, you know, getting the funding started for it. And there might need to even be funding before town meeting to do the, you know, the research. So I guess I just wanted to note that we had said that, so that for me sort of puts a limit on how much of the 200K I want to spend on AHA. I arbitrarily, with the lack of information, I'm imagining splitting that down the middle and reserving at least 100,000 of it for the possibility of startup costs for an affordable housing trust.
Okay, Fran. Fran, you're muted.
I wanted to agree with what Dean said, supplying the AHA with smaller increments of funds. I have visited some of the units, and it really is amazing what the staff at AHA can do, and as putting down flooring and, you know, tiling baths. It really does make a difference, and I mean, it's not that much money. So I'm all for allocating early and often.
Okay, thank you. Senator Eldridge, I noticed you had your hand up earlier. Did you want to say something? If so, Matt, could you call on Senator Eldridge, please?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you to the Acton Select Board. Greetings from the State House, working late here. And just wanted to add my voice in support, I guess, as an Acton resident, for the board to consider providing funding for the Acton Housing Authority, and would say, you know, full disclosure, first of all, my sister, Amanda Eldridge, works for the Acton Housing Authority, and I was also a former chair of the Acton Housing Authority. And Kelly really already laid out the details, but, you know, I would just say as a state senator, of course, we passed the $4.2 billion ARPA budget. Only $100 million of that was dedicated to public housing. And David, I think to you as the chair, you mentioned that right now the state provides just $150,000 for capital needs. Think of how little that is for any housing authority, not to mention Acton, which is a more robust housing authority than many of my other communities, for capital needs. The legislature passed $100 million. What that translates into, according to DHCD, is just yet another one additional year of formula funding. So essentially that means, it's not confirmed yet, but it likely means just an additional $150,000 from the state to the Acton Housing Authority. So again, in my view as a senator, that's really not that much for any housing authority. So I really praise the select board for setting aside this reserve, and would respectfully ask for it to consider to, you know, actually approve that money for the Acton Housing Authority for improving these sites and units that it owns. So thank you so much, and thanks so much for having me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. What I'd like to do next is to hear from Andrea about appliances, and then we can come back and vote on item 9, and if there's a reason to vote on item 10, then we can do that as well. So we'll hear about the appliances first and then come back and do both votes. Andrea, please. Hello.
Hello, good evening. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. This Excel shows the appliances that are being considered for the Energy Efficiency Fund. So it's a total of 21 refrigerators and 76 stoves. And for additional context, the Town of Acton Energy Efficiency Fund was established in 2012 to provide funds for energy savings in town-owned facilities or on town-owned property, or for other energy efficiency, energy conservation, or renewable energy projects or activities of the town. So that includes a project like this one. We spoke with Eversource. They just published their 3-year plan. And it turns out that they will certainly cover not the full cost to replace 9 of the refrigerators from 1986. And they're working now with Kelly to replace, to see if the other refrigerators also qualify for a full cost replacement. If they don't qualify for a full cost, they will qualify for a discount or a rebate of some sort, is sort of what they couldn't guarantee anything, but they said that there's a few options. And it will be determined with a visit to the sites. And then, unfortunately, there are currently no incentives for stove replacements. The 3-year plan does sort of hint at potentially having some incentives for induction stoves sometime in the 3 years. But when I spoke with the Eversource contact, they said there really is, they have no idea. It could happen in the last year. So they couldn't really guarantee any sort of year for when that would happen or what the amount would be for the incentive, like full coverage or part coverage. So we reviewed this with the Green Advisory Board, and they recommended, they really supported this project, and all of the GAP members voted to support allocating about $20,000 for year 1, which would include the full cost of all the refrigerators, and we can assume that it might be lower than this $8,628, and all of the stoves that are older than 2000. So those are the ones that are highlighted here, and that total is $20,760. And then for year 2, they did vote to revisit this again next year and vote again. But they do recommend that the select board approve this.
That's wonderful, Andrea. So I assume in the first number, the refrigerator number, that's the value not covered by Eversource. Is that right?
So it does include, because they guaranteed over the phone when they heard it was 1986. They said, "I can guarantee that will be covered." They weren't able to say with assurance that the ones from the 90s or early 2000s would be covered. So it includes part of the Eversource discount, but it could be even lower than that.
Right. So if Eversource does cover partially the other ones, then that number would go down by a little bit.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So here in this second vote, we would need a vote to use the energy efficiency, $20,760 of the energy efficiency funds for these appliance purchases. I have one question for Kelly, and then I'll let everybody ask questions about appliances. Kelly, I know I attended the last AHA board meeting, and there was some concern expressed by board members that tenants might have aluminum cookware or other cookware that wouldn't work with induction stoves, and it would be, prohibitive for them to replace their cookware. And so I completely understand that, but I was wondering whether it might make sense, or if there is some way to do an experiment with a couple of the stoves being induction stoves to see if, cookware that some tenants have, woodwork, or if there's another way of handling it. So I'm just basically I'm asking. I understand that kind of a normal cooktop is is better, but I'm wondering if there's a way to do an experiment with in induction cooktops in a small percentage of cases.
Yeah, so one of the nice things about having a sustainability person in town is they educate all of us. And so Andrea has spent some time explaining things to me and sending me information about what pots and pans are usable now that people might already have. So some of our tenants might have some pots and pans that can be used with an induction. And the ones that don't, she sent me some information about like affordable pans. And I feel like we could probably get, and I've talked to some members of my board about this, that if the only way to get new ranges is that they'd be induction, that we might be able to partner with the United Way or other organizations to help us maybe buy some new pots and pans. The issue is that some of our residents, like our average income is under 20,000, but we have people who have less than 10,000 a year in income, who are seniors, living on fixed incomes. Some are on EA, EDC. So they really have no money. So asking them to buy new pots and pans is not really a fair thing to do. Even if they're getting a new stove. So yeah, I think there is something that we can do, David. I think we can, basically I need to do a survey to see what kinds of pots and pans people have. And whether or not they'd work with the induction, and then just see what we could, depending on how many new stoves we got that were induction, how much money it would cost to try to fundraise to get people some pots and pans.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Jim.
A couple thoughts. I'm resoundingly in favor of this spending, of authorizing the use of the efficiency fund. A couple thoughts. One is that refrigerators are is the appliance that's had some of the greatest efficiency increases over the last 2 decades. So this is a big win for energy bills and for the environment. It's astonishing how much more efficient modern refrigerators are. The other comment I had was that the survey process that you mentioned on cookware, to summarize the experience of my neighbors here, some of who switched to induction stoves, any old refrigerator magnet is the perfect tool for testing. If your refrigerator magnet sticks to the bottom of your pot, it's going to work. So it doesn't require a really elaborate survey of what brand is this, and it's just here's a refrigerator magnet. Does it stick? How many do you have that that are usable, and backfill the rest. So I think it may not be as large a project as we might be fearing. Those are my only 2 comments. Thanks.
Dean.
So yeah, I'm very much in favor of seeing what we can do with these appliances. I guess the question I've got is, what is the balance in the energy efficiency fund? And then from there, we can figure out how much we can spend.
So right now we have 179,252, and we get about 60,000 per year from the solar lease at the transfer station. In the past, we've spent money on building upgrades, like energy efficiency building upgrades, and on the electric vehicle charger infrastructure and installment and the warranty payments for those EV chargers. But right now, the balance is quite sizable.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Imogen.
Thanks. Yes, I echo what everyone has said. I think that it's really exciting that we can use part of this sustainability fund to fund potentially these new appliances that are energy efficient for some of our units. I think that, at least for me, I think from what I'm hearing, the decision is really, do we allocate additional funding for the AHA for non-appliance needs, and I'm fully in support of that. We currently have $200K in our ARPA fund that isn't allocated. So Kelly, I guess my question is, is there like a ballpark? I know you said that, more is better, but I'm wondering if there's like a floor and a ceiling for what you're looking for in terms of, what amount of money could help for how many units?
So an average kitchen and bath flooring baseboard heater project for one of our family units is about $40,000. So from soup to nuts, which includes the designer costs. So we have 25 family units that are not in the pipeline to be renovated anytime in the next 5 years. So we could do 4 or 5 or 6 with $200,000. Or we could do, some counters and some tub surrounds and some flooring for, $50,000. It really is up to you all. I hear that there's other priorities and other people in the community that the board has talked to about using some of these funds to support. So I totally understand that. I appreciate that you're even considering giving us this money, some of the money to use. There's 7 million in expired components. So, any amount of money is appreciated. But we could do floorings, counters, and tub surrounds fairly quickly. Kitchens and baths take longer to do, full kitchens and baths. But so whatever the board feels like they can do based on other priorities and commitments you feel like you've made.
So maybe it makes sense to take these votes in reverse order. So so we know where we are when we vote for the ARPA funds. So first, I would take a motion to approve $20,760 of energy efficiency funds to pay for updated appliances for AHA units.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So Dean moves and Fran seconds. Any final discussion? Okay, Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Happily. So the question of allocating money from the Energy Efficiency Fund. Imogen Nagaretti.
Aye.
Brian Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
Jim Snyder-Grant also says aye.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. This is I love that this is both helps gets updated appliances for AHA tenants and increases the energy efficiency of those units. I love that. Okay, now let's go back to the ARPA funds. Would someone like to make a motion to expend some number out of the $200,000 for housing to support AHA infrastructure or AHA capital, I should say? Jim.
Sure. Here's a possible starting point. Given that we're halfway through fiscal year 22, I'm thinking have twice as much money in 23 as in 22, and I'd still like to keep the total under 100 to save money for other potential needs. So I would propose we allocate 30,000 in fiscal year 22 and 60,000 in fiscal year 23 for AHA capital needs.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion by members of the board on those amounts? So $30,000 in this fiscal year, $60,000 next fiscal year. Imogen.
Yeah, I like the idea of of kind of splitting it up between fiscal years. I wonder if we can give more this fiscal year, just because if it takes 40K for one unit for a complete refurbishment, I wonder if we could maybe do at least 40K. So maybe 40K, and then keep the number the same potentially. So I think you said 60K, Jim, for 100K. If that's okay with everyone, but open to hear thoughts.
So, Himaju, maybe you should make a specific, or make your recommendation here into a specific friendly amendment and see if Jim will accept it and Dean will resecond it.
Sure. So I make a friendly amendment to have for fiscal year 22 a total of $40,000 allocated from our ARPA funding, and then for fiscal year 23 a total of 60K towards AHA.
Jim, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, and Dean, is that okay with you?
Yep.
Okay, a continued discussion on those amounts, so 40 and 60K for the 2 fiscal years. No more discussion? Then we'll vote. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On the question of the ARPA allocations for AHA capital needs, Himaju Nagaraj. Fran Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant. Aye. So we've allocated the 100K split across 2 fiscal years, 40-60.
On behalf of the residents and the board, thank you guys very, very much. Really appreciate it. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, now we'll enter for the next item, enter our role as sewer commissioners. Item 11A has been withdrawn. So we'll go right to item 11B. Item 11B requests to admit the Hawks Crest project at Fletcher Court into the sewer district, and then allow them to connect with privilege fees. Let me just say that the one historic house that's at 74 Main Street needs no vote from us for that one house. That house is already in the sewer district, already paid their betterment, they can connect. But the rest are not in the district currently. So, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you want to say anything or whether we should admit that, see if the developer would like to say something.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. I will start. Chinray Pang, our town engineer, is actually here tonight to speak to the board about this project, and also the developer, Mark Gallagher, I believe, is also here. But this is a request to allow these properties to tie in. Chin, are you available to provide any more context?
Chin, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's better. That's much better.
Sorry. Hi, good evening. So I was joining as a panelist, so I couldn't catch what John was saying for half of it. I'm here to kind of representing the project that went in front of the board, I believe, back in November. It was pending approval from the planning board, which now has been approved by planning board. So they wish to proceed with the project. And the privilege fee is being calculated. They reduced the number of units from 9 additional to 7 additional. So they lowered, they dropped 2 units since we last spoke. And everything else is relevant, is pretty much the same. And so now the privilege fee is $30,000 times 7. So it's $210,000 for privilege fee, and the applicant is also requesting to pay for interest instead of the privilege fee upfront, which now the interest rate has been established at $38.75 per unit. And that's going to be calculated by me once we start the project. So the fee will be finalized when they apply for occupancy permit. So that's all I have to add for this request.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gallagher, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Or I guess that you're now.
Good evening.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. As Chin has said, we came in front of you last fall, and we had a brief discussion about Hawks Crest. As you know, it's made up of two properties, 74 Main Street and the remaining property on 5 Fletcher Court. At the time, you thought it was premature because we didn't have subdivision approval. We have gone through and received subdivision approval. Our appeal periods have expired. We've gone through CONSCOM, got all of our approvals from them as well. And we would like to move forward with the construction. As Chin has said, originally when we came in front of you, we had proposed to the planning board 10 units. We lessened it. There are 2 existing homes, one which will be raised, the historic home which will remain, and we're looking for 6 new attachments to the sewer. We paid for the engineering study to be done in terms of capacity that you requested. That came back early in the fall, indicating there was sufficient. And through the subdivision process, we have co-joined 74 Main Street and 5 Fletcher Court into one property, which is the Hawks Crest subdivision. We're asking this evening for you to, I believe, the process would be to add the property on 5 Fletcher Court, which is a portion of the Hawks Crest subdivision, to the sewer district, and then to approve the fees for attaching the new units to the existing infrastructure.
Thank you. Yes, there might actually be 3 separate votes to expand the sewer district, to approve the connections with privilege fees, and to approve the deferral of the payment of the privilege fees with interest until a certificate of occupancy is maintained. That last vote we usually do as a matter of routine.
It wouldn't matter to us, Mr. Chairman. We had actually, the way our approval is written, the approval for the subdivision requires us to pay the privilege fees prior to any building permits being issued.
Okay. So you don't need that.
Yeah, no, I think it would be complicated, although thank you very much for offering for that vote. But I think it might complicate our approval, because I guess our approval provision for us to do it prior to any building permit being issued. So we'd be writing one check for the $210,000 prior to the issuance of any building permits.
Okay. I'll give members of the board a chance to ask questions, make comments. Dean, please.
Yeah, my question is, with expanding the sewer district in this manner, by creating new subdivision and attaching property, my question is, has this been reviewed by town council to see if this is a proper way of doing it? Whether it's allowable under our bylaws and any other statutes that might exist. I'd like to get that review and some comment from council before I'd be prepared to vote on this.
Okay, so your concern is about expanding the sewer district?
Right, because, you know, taking this to its extreme, you buy a property, then you buy another property, you buy another property. And, you know, theoretically, under an extreme situation, you might extend the sewer district by a mile. And I just want to make sure that whether it's a good idea or not, I don't know, but I want to make sure that this is an appropriate action for us to take.
Okay, I just want to say, we did this before for the powder mill place. We expanded the sewer district to include them. And in that case, and we may have done it one other time, the developers has assumed the cost of all the connection, right? So the piping to the existing sewers. But when we come down to the end at the vote, if we want to postpone the vote and ask council, we can do that. Any other comments from the members? Jim.
I really appreciated the analysis by Jim because it included all the houses, the businesses and residential buildings that are part of the sewer district already but are not connected. And trying to get my notes correct here, but there's a lot of them. And I'm concerned that about connecting additional units. Let's see, here's the numbers. So we got about 73K of capacity left, but there's, assuming that we're going to attach Powder Mill and McManus Place on Main Street, that takes away 53. We're left with 19.8. So on the surface, a request to use up another 3,850 seems quite reasonable, but here I am looking at 169 parcels, residential parcels that have already paid their betterment fee. So that's going to totally overwhelm that remaining 19,000. And unless we're going to start giving people refunds, we don't have a strategy that we've agreed to for increasing the capacity of the wastewater treatment plant. We talked about, adding another rib, but as you know, that's like obtaining some land, which is really expensive, and using it. I'm hesitant about approving an optional extension to the sewer district when we have users already, or households and buildings already in the sewer district that we don't know how we would fit them in. If we fit in Powder Mill and McManus, and we're only left with 19K. I don't see how we are going to fulfill 282 parcels. So that's my hesitation right now.
Other comments? So I will say that Jim's right there. I believe actually if everybody connected, we would already have a problem, even without anything else. There also may be a set of existing apartments that would want to connect to the sewer district and have this extended sewer district for them. That's different than this, in that these apartments already exist. They would be converting from a septic system to the sewer. That is not ready yet, but it's a possibility. And also I should say it may be possible to put a rib or two on the existing wastewater treatment plant property, but we would have to approve that increase in capacity.
May I ask a couple questions, Mr. Chairman?
Not just yet, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, Mr. Gallagher, I'll allow you to ask your questions, and then I'll take comments from the public.
Sure. When we were in the first time earlier in the fall, and we came before you, I believe a similar line of questions, or maybe it was when Dean and I were, because he attended several of the sidewalks and things. My understanding, and I would have had legal counsel here tonight, but I didn't think this was going to come up. My understanding is that there is not only precedent, we did research that you as the commissioners have previously done exactly what I'm asking for in the past by adding to it. My understanding is some trial cases that have come down through the years, and there's one that has precedent, which indicates that if there is capacity at the sewer district, and and even understanding that there are other homeowners within the town that have paid their abetment fees, that you cannot allocate for future requests. It's kind of a first come, first serve. It's not my case, but it's a case that was probably 10 or 15 years old that my attorney had brought forward and explained to me, where if you co-join properties and by co-joining them through subdivision approval, we had two options. One was to either provide you with a survey certificate indicating both the properties were under one ownership, or getting subdivision approval completed, which then gives us frontage in the existing sewer district. And according to the case law, gives us access to the sewer as long as this capacity. And apparently the case speaks to the fact that you cannot allocate for, as you had discussed, an apartment complex that may need it in the future, future development of Kelly's Corner, because I think in one of the discussions that came up. So there is existing case law, and where the precedent had already been set, I apologize. I just didn't think there was a need tonight to have legal counsel to explain. But if there's concern, if we could have access to town council, I would have Mark Borbowski speak to them and provide them the information so that we can be on the same page, if that's what you'd like, prior to the 24th. We were trying to close on this piece of property the 15th of January. We had hoped to be on it. We had hoped to be on in December, but I know you had a full agenda, and I had agreed to come to be pushed to this evening. But
okay, we'll see where we are when we come to a vote.
Sure.
I'll now take comments from the public. I see a couple of hands. Matt, please.
Of course. First one is going to be from a Colin user. I believe this is Tara.
Hi, this is Sarah. Yep. I am familiar with that case, and I believe the ruling was about like uses. So if you were talking about saving the capacity for a similar use as what Mr. Gallagher is asking for, then I would agree. So when it's not a like use, it is not by right. And by the way, if Mr. Gallagher gets access to town council, I believe I would like access to town council too. I believe that access to town council is only for people who are doing things that have already been approved by the select board. Thank you very much.
Now, I think he means access to town council so he could have his council talk to our council. So our council is still acting for the town.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's only for things that are in litigation already.
No, we can use town council for anything we'd like. Thank you.
I see.
She's our council.
You have to take a vote. You have to take a vote.
No, she's not our council. Thank you, Tara. Next speaker, please.
Next up is Charlie Cadlick. Charlie, you should be able to speak.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
I was involved in the original design of the sewer district. I remember very clearly the very specific state laws that govern all of the stuff that happens. I have no opinion as to the specifics of this case, but I would strongly urge you to get an opinion of the Acton Town Council before you vote.
Thank you. I don't see any other members of the public who would like to speak. So sentiments from the board. Would you like to vote tonight, or is Dean and others have suggested get an opinion from council? So Jim, please.
Yeah, it seems like voting for or against this extension would be better served if we had town council to weigh in on this and potentially, exchange case law thoughts with Mr. Gallagher's attorney.
Thank you. So Mr. Manager, John, do you see any problem with delaying this vote until our next meeting on the 24th?
Only the concern raised by the applicant about his schedule, but we certainly could get town council's thoughts on this before the 24th.
And Mr. Gallagher, is that okay with you?
I want to provide you the information so that you can make a good decision. So I apologize. I would have had Mark Bobrowski on the call tonight. And although I don't know there would have been a real good exchange of information, because truthfully, he should speak to town council and they can have an exchange of thoughts and ideas on this.
Okay. Then thank you very much, Mr. Gallagher. We'll move ahead onto our next agenda item, and we'll bring this back up on the at our next meeting on the 24th.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you.
Agenda item 12 is discuss this is a follow-up from our meeting last time, discuss the policy encouraging building with clean energy. Jim, please.
All right. Okay, I had I had notes to help me be eloquent. Let me see if I can find them. Where are they?
If you can't find them, you can just be eloquent without notes.
I can try. Okay. So yes, we did bring this to the board before and started discussing it. This was to bring us up to date and to bring me up to date. This was in reaction to the fact that we have a bylaw that's already passed that says that you can't make fossil fuel connections into new construction or major rehab, but there is an appeal process. But that bylaw can't be enacted until the state legislature creates permission for us to do that, either by some general legislation that allows any town to do this, or by special legislation responding to the home rule petition that we have filed. I can update the board that the home rule petition has been reported favorably out of the Municipal and Regional Government Committee and has moved its way on to the Telecommunications and Utilities Committee, whatever TUE stands for. So it's made its way to the next committee. It's not dead yet. The policy proposal here is that we express. We say together that as a town, we would prefer that fossil fuel infrastructure not be used for permitting proposals that are before us, understanding that we can't require it in most cases, but that we can certainly express our preference. That preference would be expressed in two different ways in this policy. The first is that town staff who deal with developers and owners in the early stages of them pursuing permits would develop and pass on information about the advantages of using not using fossil fuel infrastructure. Yes, that's bullet number 2. Bullet number 1 and bullet number 2. The third part has been rewritten slightly from the last time we've seen this. In the last version of this said that the select board, we direct our permit granting and advisory boards to encourage them to have them inquire of any project that uses fossil fuels, whether they've considered an alternative, and if so, why they chose fossil fuel systems. What's changed here is considering the relationship between the select board and our permit granting bodies, like the planning board and the ZBA. These are boards created with statutory requirements from the state. It's not clear that we can actually direct them on how they're going to do their jobs. So instead, this revised bullet says that we will communicate with them about this policy if we pass it, and so to encourage them to inquire. of any project, bringing forth a project that used fossil fuels. The other thing I wanted to note here was that we had a very an eloquent set of notes from a letter from the Economic Development Committee, concerned about this policy, and I wanted to go through some of the bullets in that letter, just to respond, if that's okay.
Yeah, please go ahead. You don't think this will take too long, right?
No, 3 minutes. State versus local policy. We agree that a fossil fuel, I agree that a fossil fuel policy be better done on a statewide or a federal level. There are local policies being sought by Brookline, Arlington, Cambridge, Lexington, Concord, and Acton. And these are to support the creation of a statewide policy in 2 ways. First, we're going to demonstrate that towns want to see fossil fuel use minimized, and we're creating demonstrations that such policies are workable. The EDC is concerned about a competitive disadvantage if developers are comparing the notion of developing in Acton and Boxborough, that they might go, well, really what's going to decide this is that we know that they're going to ask us about fossil fuels. I think that's that's going to be a small detriment to developers. The permitting process already has a lot of questions. You fill out a form, you answer the questions, it's not a big deal. There are businesses that may need fossil fuels for now, such as like mid-range restaurants was the case that kept coming up. And they would be able to proceed either under this proposed policy or under the bylaw if enacted, because there's a way to apply for exceptions. The other thing they were wondering about is, were the finances of all electric new construction well understood and favorable? Yes, they are. There's a wonderful study by RMI showing savings by not having to bring in gas, by not having to have multiple systems. It's for new construction, it's an easy case. For existing construction, it's more complicated. It's a building by building discussion. But this policy is not about taking existing buildings and changing them. I think that's it. The final comment, there is a potential trade-off here. On the one hand, Acton can be a leader for strong climate action. We could help to inspire residents, businesses, other towns, and the state to take action. On the other hand, we might discourage a small number of developers from considering Acton. I'm clear where I stand on that possible trade-off. That's it.
Okay, other comments from other members of the board? Dean, please.
So I think the hesitancy that I expressed when we brought this up in November has been addressed to some extent. I'm more concerned about the tone that this sets and, the degree of aggressiveness that is going to be expected of town staff in pushing this particular piece of agenda. So I've got 2 pretty minor edits to this latest document, and I think that we should talk about those, and I think that softens the tone just a little bit more, and it's something that I'd be more comfortable with. I think it's always important that builders and homeowners and developers get as much information as possible, and to the degree that we're trying to get that information out, this is a good policy. I just want to make sure that it's done gently and not with a sledgehammer. So I at some point, I'd be happy to submit those minor edits for discussion tonight.
Oh, but please go ahead. No, I think that's excellent. If I don't have a Word copy of this, so I can't edit it on the screen. I don't know if Jim, I'm happy to do that if you wanted to send it to me, or Jim, you could edit it on the screen and I could stop sharing. Or Dean, if they're just like on line 7, change this to that. On line 22, change that to this. You could just say them and we could just track them.
As I say, they're pretty minor. So the first suggestion that I would make is bullet point number 2. It says the town will find and publicize access to informational resources. I would add the word balanced before informational resources.
Okay, I can't edit it, but you're saying to insert the word balanced between two, balanced between two and informational.
Yep, that's right. And then the second edit that I would put in there is under bullet point number 3, last line, I would put the period at the end of alternatives, and I would delete the phrase, and if so, why they chose fossil fuel systems. Just so it's not an inquisitory system. Just have you considered alternatives? And that's it. They can provide that. I think with those couple of edits, I'd be fairly comfortable with this policy.
Okay. Jim, comments? I'll just let Jim go first, Images, because he wrote the thing. So.
I think the word balanced is general enough that it doesn't detract from the purpose of the policy. If balanced means we have to present information that about the wonders of natural gas, I'm not interested in that. But I think we can avoid. We can avoid speculative comments and try to get to here's the costs, here's the impact on the environment, here's things to consider. I think that's totally appropriate. The question about whether we would ask boards to consider asking people if so why they chose fossil fuel systems. Ponder about that while other people make comments. I'm not sure about that one yet.
Imogen.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I'm okay with the word balanced. But actually, I think I'm also I wonder if there's another word that we can use to get across, because at least to me, I don't know if it gets the point across. So yeah, I'm also thinking about that. But as for the third bullet, I actually do think that phrase is kind of one of the most important phrases, just because, it's easy for someone to say yes or no to whether they considered alternatives, but it would be good to kind of get some justification as to if they had not chosen to use a more green alternative, why are they using fossil fuel based technologies? I think especially, and Jim, you wrote this as well, in the sense that we have declared a climate emergency in our town. I think that this is something that a lot of us consider a priority. So having strong guidelines, and kind of putting our leveraging our ability to hopefully get more accountability for future development in this town, I think is critical. So I would keep it in. That's my personal preference.
Fran, did you want to make a comment? You don't have to. I was just asking.
No, you don't. I don't see why this needs to be changed. I think it was toned down, and I'm fine with it as it is. That's my input.
Okay. I'll say for the first change, if it access to resources comparing alternatives would suit me better than balanced, because I don't know exactly what balanced means there, but comparative resources or resources with comparisons in them, I think are what most people are looking for. I know that's what I look for when I'm considering some change. And so, just as a really shorthand thing here, in general, in the comparison right now for a house, not necessarily other kinds of buildings, it shows it's slightly cheaper to build a new house with a heat pump
Mhm.
and slightly more expensive to run that house with the heat pump.
Mhm.
So that's the kind of resources with comparisons that I'm looking for. And I guess I would differ a little bit for the last bullet. And if so, why they chose fossil fuel systems, I'm okay with that being deleted because I think that the main point of this policy is to provide information to people, right? There is no enforcement here or anything like that. And I think it's easier to say that this policy is just to provide education. And then it's not a threatening policy at all, right? If after the state law is passed and we restrict natural gas expansion or whatever we choose to do with that, that's different, right? But this is to me meant to be education, and I don't mind choosing that. I would like I said, rather say something like with the word comparison rather than balanced to me for the first thing. I don't know how we settle this. Maybe Dean, I will go.
So I would think rather than the word balanced, I would think comparative informational resources. I think that's really what I was looking for. So that wording would be fine with me.
Okay. Everybody seems to be nodding there, so I guess everybody's okay with that change. And now we just have and if so, why they chose fossil fuel systems. Fran and Himija seem to be hesitant to remove that. I'm okay with it. Dean would like it, and then Jim, I don't think we've heard from you.
Well, yeah, I would like to keep it in. A couple of reasons. One is that I'm reflecting on our experience with 9 School Street, which the question about, gee, why natural gas there, which you asked, David, was led to learning that, oh, well, that's because that's the way we've always done it, which was, great information to have. It allowed us an in to say, oh, well, we have some informational resources to offer you. So I think it's an important part. The other part is that in the cases where fossil fuel use makes sense, I think this sort of mirrors the policy, but in a gentle way. That says, some people will be very easily able to make the case. This is a Chinese restaurant that has a wok, and right now, induction electric wok insets are ridiculously expensive. It would make the economics of my restaurant make no sense. And then we go, oh, okay, well, I hope that changes in the future, but, we'd love to have another Chinese restaurant in town, so come on down. So I think it's a useful conversation to have. So I'd prefer to keep it in there.
Is there a way to word it differently that would satisfy everybody? So a little bit of what you said, Jim, I think is in just the previous clause, whether they've considered alternatives, right? And so I think a little bit is in there. I'm wondering if we put a period there, is there some way to add something else that would be okay with Dean and might get us, to be able to have a unanimous vote here? I mean, we could even say and ask if they would be willing to share their conclusions or share their reasoning. Something maybe a little, or we could even say, Jim, like for what you were saying, is to, one of the things you said was to understand the choices. And, maybe we could even say, in the interest of understanding the choices, ask if they'd be willing to share whatever. I'm just kind of throwing things out here to see if there's something that might be acceptable to all of us. I mean, I think it's better in a policy if we can get a unanimous vote rather than a majority vote. So if we can find a set of wording that works, I think that's better.
Is the concern that it's just not gentle, or because I think it just asks a question, right?
Dean, please.
Well, I think it seems to have an argumentative tone, the way it's phrased right now, and I'm just really worried about further aggravating folks that are trying to do things in town, whether it's building new housing or building new commercial structures. I think, what David has suggested about softening it so that they understand that we're just looking for, information. I can't think of what the wording would be. I'd be okay with some sort of a softer wording. And if so, would they share their analysis? I agree with David. I would like to see this as a unanimous vote.
So if we put a period after alternatives and we said a last sentence that say if they choose fossil fuels, would they be willing to share their reasons?
That'd be okay with me.
I see mostly nods. Anybody object to that?
Can you say that again? I do have the document with me.
I said if they choose fossil fuels, ask if they would be willing to share their reasoning or reasons or reasoning. I mean, you could even put at the beginning of that sentence in the interest of learning more about, alternatives. If they choose fossil fuels, ask if they would be willing to share their reasons, or put that at the other end. Ask if they would share their reasons to help us understand more about alternatives.
Can I make a friendly amendment to that?
Sure.
Friendly amendment to friendly
It's
amendment.
not even a motion yet, so you don't even need to amend.
Perfect. I'm wondering, instead of if they would be willing to, I wonder if we can just say if they can share. That just seems more in line with the tone of the document.
Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'm gonna make this bigger. If they can.
If they can share their reasons.
Oops. Sorry if I press the right keys on my keyboard. Does that look good to everyone? Anyone want to make changes, suggestions? Dean says thumbs up.
I think this is okay, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to put that there. And there. And then, so, Jim, I believe you already got the comparative resources change in your draft, right?
Yes, instead of
Okay.
saying balanced informational resources or informational resources in general, it now says comparative informational resources.
Right, and then the second change is replacing what I have highlighted on the left with a period and the sentence on the right.
If they choose fossil fuels, ask if they can share their reasons so that we can understand more about alternatives. So it's saying the context of this larger thing, this is about encouraging boards to inquire. Yeah, that all matches up.
Okay. So then,
Sorry, just a very, very slight thing. So sorry. It just so the sentence makes sense. Ask if they can share their reasons so that we can understand more about their consideration of alternatives.
or how, does that look okay, or?
Yeah, I think it gets it more precisely what we're trying to get there.
Okay, anybody object to these two changes? Okay, I would take a motion to approve the draft policy on, sorry, I forget what we called the whole thing, hold on. The policy encouraging building with clean energy technology with the two changes we've discussed.
So moved.
Dean moves and
Sure, I'll second.
Jim seconds. Okay, any final discussion? Jim, can you call the roll, please?
Yeah. So on this amended policy, Himage Nagaredi,
Aye.
Brian Arsenal,
Aye.
Dean Charter,
Aye.
David Martin,
Aye.
and I also say aye. So we have a new policy. I would happily volunteer to work with, coordinate with the town manager on how this gets communicated to these various boards and committees.
I apologize to people in the meeting because I was sharing my screen. I didn't see people's hands raised. I'll allow people to speak now. Matt, if you could go through them quickly.
Of course. First up is Deborah Symes. Deborah, you should be able to speak.
Hi, thank you guys. I was like yelling quietly, mutely at you guys while this is happening. So the thing is this, that sentence that got added that I don't have right in front of me about, can if they choose to go with fossil fuel systems, can they share their whatever in order for us to learn more about alternatives? I don't think that actually makes any sense because they're telling us why they went with fossil fuels doesn't help us learn any more about alternatives. I think if you want to say something about it helps us understand more how, a project developer does an analysis of these issues and consider how they consider systems, great, but it doesn't really tell us anything more about alternatives to learn how they chose fossil fuel systems, I don't think. That's one thing. Another thing is this, and this is in the very last paragraph, we said, that the kind of information would be adjusted on the basis of a couple of things. One is if, they approve our home rule petition, if we have any other bylaws that go to this kind of stuff. But the thing that it doesn't anticipate is the possibility that the legislature may enable such bylaws statewide. rather than just our own home rule petition. So I wonder if Jim, you and I apologize for being in that document with you. I was trying to make suggestions and like get everybody's attention, get your attention. But anyway, so I was suggesting to add a clause at the end of it saying, you know, geez, where is it? Let's see. The information provided to developers and owners shall be adjusted to accommodate future changes to bylaws and in resource information, including Massachusetts legislature's permission to implement Acton's home rule petition bylaw, regulating fossil fuel infrastructure and buildings, any such future bylaws, and this is what I'm suggesting to add, or the legislature's permitting of such bylaws statewide. Just a thought, because I think it's more accurate to what we might anticipate in the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next person, please.
Next up is the call-in user. I believe this is Tara.
Hi, this is Tara. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I like the idea of comparative. But I did want to say a couple of things about this before. I guess you've already voted, but we haven't kind of declared an emergency. Someone had said that. We did so in no uncertain terms. Gentle but assertive is fine, but rather than work to water it down to achieve for consensus, I'd rather have a majority pass something stronger. As far as I'm concerned, this was kind of shocking. It's looked a lot like the COP21 do-nothing agreements where industry had to be satisfied before they actually made some declarations. So, of course, it's like having a discussion about living wage after you've already declared that you want to have living wage and have this policy focused on listening to ruthless profiteers talk about why they don't want to do it. So, as far as I'm concerned, I feel like this should be stronger. Passing anything, you've already done it, is better than nothing. But again, it seems an awful lot like the do-nothing agreements from COP21. I frankly don't care what a single-family home developer thinks and would prefer that they go elsewhere. I don't think that there's any benefit to satisfying them or going easy on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last hand is Charlie Cadlick. Charlie, you should be able to speak.
Hi. I think Deborah's right. What's really the purpose of this is to say that most of you, oppose any kind of fuel other than electricity. And regardless of how you word this, everybody understands that. So I think it's a bit of a waste of time to create a policy which is really just a step until the legislature does something. I think it would be more honest to just say, we just want electricity, forget everything else. And while you're at it, stating the information about, and it is electricity we're talking about, never talks about some of the problems that the people may encounter installing heat pumps and so forth. By the way, if you go to a heating system using electricity, it's obviously going to be a heat pump. And to be efficient, it's going to be a ground source heat pump. And most people, a lot of people don't have the land to make it horizontal. So it's going to be deep vertical wells, which have liability issues, which nobody ever mentions. Nobody wants to talk about anything that could be wrong with 500-foot deep heat pumps, piping in the ground, which eventually some of them are going to leak, contaminated groundwater, which nobody seems to be interested in these days. So I think this is all a bit of a waste of time because everybody understands where we're headed with this. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent depends on what you believe about climate change. You don't have the time to tell me, for me to tell you what's wrong with all the assumptions, but there's a lot of it wrong. None of it gets ever discussed by people who prefer to believe that we're saving the earth and they're doing a good thing, but it's not a given. I could go on for a long time, but it wouldn't convince anybody. But I do want to say that if you're going to provide information, quote unquote, it really should be original word that Dean suggested was balanced. You can use any other word you want, but there are negatives to installing heat pump-based heating systems. And if we're going to provide information, we should provide the information about what's wrong with it. And you don't get that information from contractors who are in the business of installing those systems. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the board something in just a minute, but I just wanted to say when I said that heat pump systems were slightly cheaper to put into new construction and slightly more expensive to run, I was talking about air heat pumps, no ground source heat pumps. Because that completely reverses for ground source. They're hugely expensive to install and much cheaper to run. So what I'm talking about is regular mini splits or whole house heat pump, which is a little bit cheaper to install and a little bit more expensive to run. So let me just ask before we move on, we heard several different comments there. Does anybody want to revisit anything in what we just approved? I'm not seeing anything. Jim?
I'm fine with revisiting this in a year or some period of time and, seeing if we want to improve it or change it.
In some ways, I'm hopeful that the bylaws will make this moot in a year.
That would be nice. We'll see.
But yes, we could, and that makes sense to revisit the policies, from time to time after we've seen how they work. Okay, so I don't hear any call to, we heard several different opinions. I don't hear any call to change that. So we'll move on. Item 13 is to approve the ACHC funding for 26 Carlisle Road. The ACHC proposed a grant. I'm just looking for that. And I will put this up on the screen. I assume we've all read it anyway. So this is a note from Janet Adachi, who chairs the ACHC. And they're proposing granting $60,000 to the 26 Carlisle Road project. Anybody have any comment or want to discuss this or anything that someone wants to discuss? Seeing nothing, I will ask, is there any comment from the public? I don't see any electronic hands. I would take a motion to approve the ACHC's recommendation to grant $60,000 to Habitat for Humanity for 26 Carlisle Road.
Sorry.
So which of you moves and which of you seconds?
Fran moves it. I second it.
Okay, that's great. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Absolutely. On approving this use of ACHC funds, Imogen Nagaretti.
Aye.
Brian Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant says aye as well. We approve unanimously.
Okay. Item 14, review and approve charge for a DPW facility study committee. Dean, I think you drafted this charge.
Yes, I did. I don't have it, but I know the town manager has it. If he could share his screen.
I can do it. Hold on.
Okay, that'd be great.
Oh, John is doing it.
Okay, so forgive the, there's a couple of phrases you see here which are underlined, and that was just messiness on my part. That was just to pick up so I wouldn't lose the things that I was changing. So ignore the underlining that you see there. So basically, the thought is we've already got a pretty good study that's been done by some professional engineers of the facility, and this would be the next step to move forward, get together the committee noted below, and try to develop some consensus as we review that study, and hopefully bring a recommendation forward probably by the end of the fall regarding how we move ahead with the DPW facility. That's a really old building. You think it's pretty new, but the building is approaching 50 years old. I pointed out we're tearing down elementary schools that are newer than the DPW facility. And the building was developed for a town with a population about half the size of what we got right now, and probably only 2/3 of the street miles that we have now, and crew size, which was considerably smaller. So it's just physical condition of the building is not great, and the biggest thing is it's just too small to actually serve its proper function. So hopefully with this committee can verify the statements that I just made, and we can bring forward a recommendation and see if we can find a path forward.
Questions or comments? Jim?
Yeah, I think we definitely need a study committee. A concern I have, or a question I guess for Dean is, or the town manager, is it seems like we've also been in parallel been trying to understand if the functioning of the public part, the transfer station and the recycling, would change drastically, and that would change presumably the program for what this reconstruction would take. Now, I understand the highway part is its own set of problems about got a lot of vehicles and they need a big garage and you need a place for people to work, and that I think that's a pretty well understood problem. But I wonder if this committee is going to be undertaking the exploration of alternatives such as curbside recycling, somehow authorized by the town, or a similar kind of big change.
Well, the study that was produced by the engineers included new transfer station, new recycling, and that sort of thing. So I would think that personally, I think that the transfer station operation we've got right now probably makes a lot of sense, but that's just my own personal feeling. I think that there's and we can have a long discussion about why I think that what they've got right there makes the most sense from an environmental point of view. But I think what we do is, there's really, as you point out, there's two segments to this. I think that we would have this committee look at both of those halves to the project. And certainly, I'd be very eager to move ahead primarily with the highway department portion of it and leave the transfer station, that bigger discussion, maybe to another committee. So I think that would be tangential. Obviously, this committee, if one of the things that we did come up with was a price for what it would take to replace the existing transfer station with a similar building or an upgraded building. So that would probably be part of the charge, but it would not be what I would consider to be the major focus, because I do think there are these other issues that have to be dealt with. If if you decide to not have a transfer station anymore, then how are you going to run the composting program? How are you going to run the swap shop? How are you going to run, I think you look at the tonnage drops that have occurred as a result of the pay-as-you-throw and the really active recycling operations going on down there right now. These are all things that I think argue in favor of keeping somewhat similar to our present operation. But certainly that's a project that can be segmented. No matter what we do, it's going to be an expensive project. So maybe breaking it up into two pieces actually makes some sense just from a financial point of view when you look at what our debt payments are going to be like.
Anybody else would like to make a comment? Himajin.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree. I think that a study committee is definitely the next step for this. And I am really glad to see that there is going to be a member from the Green Advisory Board. I think that that's going to be really good. I guess my question is more so a general one in terms of, so it's outlined what the committee will consist of and how many members and where they're coming from. I wonder who's going to be in charge of that selection process?
Well, I would think that most likely we would, the select board would reach out, and especially as far as requesting input from people who are not members of any of the statutory committees. Ask for people to come forward that could be vetted by the VCC. Would want to move forward fairly quickly on this. There's been a few people that have approached me that said they were interested in it. So it would be an open process, but obviously we don't want to get tied up for a year picking out a study committee for something that's supposed to get done in 6 months.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So what we've done for two different short-term committees in the past, and I would encourage this, is we allow the liaison to recruit, and then the whole board approves. And I think that's a much better model for something that's short-term. I mean, this is less than a year. I think, if we can kind of assume that Dean might be liaison here to this committee, and we can discuss that a little bit later, but whoever's liaison, that they'd be allowed to recruit people, and they use their own judgment, and then put in the consent calendar their choices for naming people to the committee. If someone on the board wants to hold one and say, why did we choose Joe and not Mary? We can do that, or whatever. So that's what I would propose. Also, I definitely would strongly encourage that both projects be separate. I don't mind them being both handled by this committee, but I think that there should be two separate recommendations, right? And two separate analysis at two separate times, right? I think that the DPW facility is one thing. And there's a couple reasons I say that. I think that the analysis is very different between the two. And Dean, you alluded to this, that, having both of these hit the bottom line of our borrowing at the same time is maybe not the best thing. Right? If one came 2 years before the other, and I think it's good is that this is one committee because they can address the urgency of the two. If the roof of the transfer station is caving in, maybe that's more urgent. If I don't know actually what's balanced on, but I think I would suggest they be separate. And I think that the transfer station should include some general things, all the things that you mentioned, Dean, like the various composting and other options we have there at the transfer station, but also it says that we have 3 trash haulers driving through town, all with separate trucks picking up trash, that renters do not have good recycling options, right? They just don't. They have a dumpster. And, and I don't know whether all those things can be addressed. But I think, we can start out here and maybe we want to extend this committee into next year, sometime during the summer, if it looks that way. But I think this charge covers it, except that we might say that the liaison can recruit and the transfer station portion of it, should consider alternatives and other impacts. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if you want me to take this back and rework it and bring it back to the next meeting just for a quick vote, or I think whatever suits you. And I see the town manager just showed up, turned on his camera, so I'm sure he's got something to say.
John, did you want to make a comment? We can't hear you, so your microphone might be off. His microphone's in the other room.
My phone is charging in the other side of the room. Sorry. The charge doesn't have to necessarily be changed to reflect what the chair just suggested. That can just be what the board decides to do.
I agree with that, and I think we just have to have the understanding that the transfer station will address alternatives and impacts, and we can just say here that the liaison can recruit if everybody's agreeable to that. So I see a lot of nods. I would take a motion to approve this charge if no one has any further comments.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Yeah.
So
Second.
Dean moves, Fran seconds. Any further final discussion? Okay, Jim, would you call the roll, please?
With pleasure. Imogen Nagaredi,
Aye.
Fran Arsenault,
Aye.
Dean Charter,
Aye.
David Martin,
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant. The charter is approved unanimously.
Okay, and I just want to, I think everybody nodded to this, is that, are we okay with Dean being liaison to this? Yeah, we did the thumbs up thing for liaisons, right? So good. And are we okay with Dean recruiting for this? And so it doesn't need, basically, it's all the same as usual, but doesn't need to go through the BCC. Dean can recruit, adds things to our consent calendar, we approve them or not, or whatever.
Just a small amendment. The BCC does have some applications in right now that might be relevant. So you should, you should at least coordinate with the BCC.
That's fine. Yes. Okay. Our final non-consent item is to discuss the annual town meeting and consider when to open and close the warrant. So I would suggest that we open the warrant tonight and close it on March 16th at close of business. I say that only because that's 2 months before the meeting, and that basically it gives people plenty of time to do put together their articles that they might want to add. So I don't know what, I'm happy to let other people make different suggestions. And then we can talk a little bit about the logistics of town meeting, but I don't think we need to do any conclusions there now. Are we okay with opening and closing the warrants on those basically now, and then on March 16th, close of business to close the warrant? And, Jim.
What day of the week is March 16th? I'm sorry, I'm too tired to look at my calendar.
It's a Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Great. All in favor?
Okay. And John, does that sound okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. I would take a motion to open the town meeting warrant tomorrow at the start of business, and close the warrant at the end of close of business on Wednesday, March 16th.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Jim, please call the roll.
Yes, on the question of opening the town meeting warrant tomorrow morning, that is.
Wait, can you hold on that, Jim, just for a second? I just noticed the two hands
Roll
up.
call.
Yeah, Matt, would you call on the two people, please?
Of course. The first is Tara, I believe. It is a call-in user, though.
Hi, this is Tara. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I have no problem with what you're about to do on the warrant. Thank you for the time. I have a problem with the fact that you just made 3 decisions without taking public comment. And I'm very upset by that because I would have put my comments in at citizens' concerns regarding the DPW charge. And I find that really unfortunate. I feel like there's this rush to get done or something. And I hope that public comment is, I realize that it's important to you. I just hope that you treat it that way because we're out here screaming to be heard. At least I am. And I'm not being heard. And so I would like, at least for my comments, to be heard about the DPW center and the idea of the liaison going off and doing on their own. So I would like very much a chance to give those comments in case that I could sway somebody's decision, in the case that my comments matter.
So I apologize for not noticing that your hand was up earlier. I have to get back into the swing of doing all virtual meetings. So if you'd like to make the DPW comments now, you can.
Okay. I first of all, I hope that a community center gets as much attention as this. Asa Parlin and these tiny buildings aren't capable of acting as a full community center where hundreds of people can gather. So I hope if this building gets built, it includes a large multi-use gathering space. Perhaps trucks can be outside when we have big events. Thank you for mentioning renters. They don't have recycling, and we can change that with our bylaws. I like breaking it up into smaller chunks for the reasons stated. I hope that community members are included in the charge. I don't see a neighbor included. I don't see somebody that works for the swap shop included. I don't see somebody from an environmental group. The GAB is focused almost entirely on energy, and I don't see a transfer station user included, although it might be some overlap. But thank you for the chance to. Oh yes, and about the liaison going off, I wasn't upset by that until I wasn't allowed to speak about including community members, including a neighbor. All this stuff about the charge about the community members who's experiencing construction and energy efficient real estate development, finance, legal, architecture. What about neighbors? What about the environment? It's not just energy efficient design. There's environmental concerns as well and community aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for not seeing your hand earlier. Next caller, please.
Caller should be Charlie. Charlie, you should be able to speak.
Following Tara as usual. Actually, I have a brief comment on what you were about to vote on. It's great for you to actually establish the dates. I think that's very valuable for everything else that's going on in town. I would hope that you might consider closing the warrant a little bit later than March, middle of March. There is no good reason that I know of to make it so early relative to town meeting. Way back in previous century, the closing of the warrant on December 31st, when the town meeting was in April, was sort of historically established. That's when the warrant was typed on electric typewriters with no errors allowed, no whiteout, and had to be sent to the printer, who took 3 weeks to print it, and so on. None of those delays exist. The reason to keep the warrant open as long as possible is things keep changing in town, and the people who may need to or want to put a citizen petition article in, if it's too late, they have one more option, call it special town meeting, which is a expensive option. So unless you know of a good reason to make it March, middle of March, make it the middle of May. That's my comment. Closing the warrant, that is.
Thank you. Well, town meeting itself is in the middle of May, so
No, I'm sorry. I meant to say middle of April. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right.
And we usually wrap up our list of articles a month before. So maybe we could extend it a little bit, but I like to have 2 months. But anyway, thank you for your comment. So before we actually vote, does any member want to change the dates we were about to vote on? Dean.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with extending it another week or two, something like that, because we have been exposed in the past with last minute citizens petitions causing a special town meeting, and there have been some situations where we've actually had to have a whole separate special town meeting, and I prefer to avoid that expense. Pre-pandemic, a town meeting cost about $8,000. I can't imagine what they cost now. So, if there's a possibility, and I'd look to the town manager for some guidance on this, if we can extend that out another 2 weeks, if that would still fit.
We certainly could look at a later time. I think for me, before the pandemic, there was a town meeting study committee which made several recommendations about how to make town meeting a meeting that more people know about and more people can access. And the longer that we take to establish what's going to be discussed at town meeting, the more challenging it is for us to start the process of educating the public about what we're discussing. So certainly you could decide to change this, but it's helpful if there's going to be major zoning changes proposed through citizen petition. There needs to be planning board public hearings, and there needs to be some education to the public for what is being proposed. So there's certainly another week, but I think having it a month, 2 months out serves the community well, so that we can learn about what's being proposed. And of course, the special town meeting option is available to residents, and that's sort of their discretion if they want to use it. They could always do it the day after we close it, no matter when we close it.
I like it the way it is. I think, we 2 months out, this board is starting to finalize the list of articles, and it gets really confusing to change them around. And so I like where we are, but Dean, you made the motion. If you want to amend your own motion, I forget who seconded it. So, but I like the 2 months before.
I would suggest we just push it off a week and close it on Wednesday, the 23rd, at the close of business.
Okay, who seconded before? Jim seconded. Are you okay with that change, Jim?
Yeah, I think that's as far as I'd want to go. But yeah, I'm more concerned about the period after the petitions are filed. Like you were saying, all the education and the communication and the coordination. I want as much time as possible for all that, because I think that makes for a better town meeting.
Yes. Okay. So we're voting on opening the warrant tomorrow morning at the open of business and closing the warrant on Wednesday, March 23rd at the close of business. And I don't. Anybody need to comment or discuss? Jim, would you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Imogen Nagaredi. Brian Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
And I say aye. We have a date for opening and closing the warrant.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to mention, to give the town manager also a chance to comment here, is we're hoping to just do an inside town meeting, but obviously the state of the pandemic will control what we have to do, because the hybrid town meeting is very expensive to run. So John, when do we have to make those calls for the format of town meeting?
Well, probably 6 to 8 weeks out, we would need to know what the plan is, probably sooner. I think we probably already started contacting vendors now, but I think if we have another discussion in February, I think after this, hopefully this is a surge, and there's a downward trajectory from the surge, and we start to see it in February, and have a discussion about what that means for big events like this. I think the initial planning into this year was that we'd be having in the auditorium. I don't think we need to change from that right now, but we definitely need to watch it closely in the next 4 to 5 weeks, and probably decide by the end of February.
Okay. So just so everyone knows, we're going to have to revisit this and kind of predict the future. And okay. Any other questions or comments on that? Okay. We'll now do consent items, and I will read them. Number 16, authorize the chair to sign a letter in support of the Acton Housing Authority application for funding for the Senior Affordable Housing Project, McManus Village, 348 to 362 Main Street. 17, approve executive session minutes December 8th and 28th, 2021. 18, accept gift planning division from Joseph Levine for $13,000 for the sidewalk fund as stated in the planning board decision 2102, condition 3.3.3. 19, accept gift Acton Police Department from Leo and Kathy Fochman for $1,000 towards the Acton Police gift account. 20, accept gift community services coordinator from the Acton's Lions Club for $2,000 in merchant gift cards for distribution at the discretion of the community services coordinator. With gratitude towards the Acton Lions Club and Leo and Kathy Fochman, I would take a motion to accept, approve consent items 16 through 20 inclusive.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Jim moves and Dean seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Imogen Nagaredi.
Aye.
Bryan Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant, also aye. They're all approved.
And unless somebody has something else, I would take a motion to adjourn.
Be careful out there.
So moved.
So Dean moves. Hopefully somebody seconds. Fran, are you seconding?
Second, sorry. And then I flipped on mute. Yes.
So I'm gonna. Fran started to second before she unmuted, so we'll say Fran seconded. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, on the motion to adjourn, Imogen Nagaredi.
Aye.
Bryan Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
And Jim Snyder Grant says